this special agenda, special meeting of the LA City Board of Public Works for Tuesday, October 27th, 2020. Good morning, Dr. Campos.
That aren't really going to be replaceable.
Good morning, President Good, Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing roll call and quorum for today. We have President Good. We also have Vice President Garcia.
There's a lot going on.
Davis.
I don't have a whole lot more information to share with you at this time.
Good, you do have a quorum.
That is,
for the record, President Good and Commissioner Villegas are dialing in remotely from your
if
City Hall offices,
and
Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Garcia is dialing in remotely from home. I myself am dialing in remotely from my office here at City Hall. We're also joined by our General Counsel, Mr. Ted Jordan, dialing in remotely. President Good, at this time we currently do not have any speakers under the general public comment. We also do not have any commentary under the neighbor council comment section. We do have one speaker on the line for item number 6. In addition to that, we do have 2 comments that were received through the Google Google public comment form we have online for item number 8, and I can read those 2 comments into the record once your board.
We're not alone as far as the department.
Okay, Dr. Campos, getting
prices. I know
saying
that
it's
I'm
hard. There's a audio
at the housing department, which I deal with regularly. So it's impacting.
Is it my line?
It may be.
And you know, it's.
Are you getting like feedback or distortion?
I'm not, but I got a text saying that folks are having a hard time hearing me. Not that that's important, but having a hard time hearing me.
Any other comments?
Over the other parts being broadcasted, which may be you.
Brenda, is there going to be any change
President Good, the person
that's
called in to speak on item number 6,
that are going to be taken in the city? Are we going to restructure anything with volunteers to utilize them more?
We're still unmuted, but I can see that they've now muted that.
Well, it's a great question, Joe. What we're talking about, and I'll have to say that I'm
we'll hear about it.
slowing things down because
everyone else here,
documents
me,
that I haven't
okay?
gotten to
And
yet.
just a thumbs up.
But we are working on a plan that the volunteers can work
All right. So hearing no
sort of like
general public
shifts,
comment
so
or
they might
comment
come
from
in and they would work for 2 hours if they
neighborhood
would be
councils,
assigned
we will
whatever their
jump into
specialty is. Some
item
people
1,
might
which is approval of the minutes from Friday, October 16th, 2020.
We have to take
Do I have a
each one of the
second
6 buildings and figure out the square
to my
footage
motion
and how
to
many
approve
people
those
we can
minutes?
have in any one building at any
Thank you,
one
President
time.
Pro Tem
That
Davis.
includes staff and that includes the appointments.
Any
We
objections,
do want to bring the
Commissioner
volunteers
Villegas?
back as soon as we can. I suspect
No
that
objections, thank you.
cases haven't dropped. This
objections,
is not the
Vice
best
President
time to
Garcia.
do that, but we
No
are
objections,
working
thank
on a
you.
plan.
All right. Hearing no objections,
I did this, I didn't do
minutes
it.
from
It was
Friday,
being
October
done in a
16th
shelter
are
when I was
approved.
the CEO of Seattle Humane Society. And we had
What
a
I'd like to
volunteer
do,
schedule, and it
colleagues,
was
now is
amazing. And
actually
they could
skip
sign up for
ahead
their schedules
to
online from home, so that
item number
they
8.
knew exactly what their shift was and where they were going to be.
Go ahead and jump on that. Is Larry Shue
it
here?
just was an amazing system.
I'm here.
Hi,
When
Larry.
the staff brought it up here for us to start
Gary
thinking about it,
Baker
I was
is
like,
with
yes,
us.
I've seen that done. That's a great way to do it. It's a little more complicated here in Seattle. I had 2 or 3 different buildings, but they were all in one shelter. So now we're trying to figure out how many people we can have at one time in each of the 6 shelters, which
Drink
are
some
all
water
different
because I'm about to read you a long
so that's really the plan. We look very much forward to having our volunteers back.
My vote report
A lot of them are helping us
this is
outside
a
the
street
shelters.
closure, Los
They're
Angeles County
transporting animals
Metropolitan
from shelter
Transportation
to shelter. They're
Authority Regional
helping
Connector
transport animals to
Transit
Love
Corridor
and
Project,
Leisha.
2nd
They're
Street
helping
between
with the pet
Broadway
food
and Spring
pantry.
Street, 2nd Street
You
and
know,
Broadway,
a
2nd
lot of
Street
people are
and
doing
Spring Street.
social
Recommending
networking
the board
of the
for
animals online, and it's particularly good when we have great pictures of them. So, but we are anxious to bring our volunteers back when it's safe for them and when it's safe for our staff. And we believe that we
recommending
come
the
up
board
with what will be
find
safest
that one
if we work in shifts. Did I answer your question, or did I just skirt
find
around
that
it?
the board has reviewed
No. I mean, I know you can't give us a solid answer right now with COVID. It's a totally different situation than when everybody will be able to go back. But no, that's great. Thank you.
Environmental impact report and the project final EIS/EIR.
There's
2,
no other
find
comments.
under the California Public Resources
is there
Code,
some
section
public comment?
21166, and the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, section 15162, on the basis of substantial evidence contained in the whole record that since the certification of the EIS, EIR, there have been no changes to the circumstances under which temporary street closure being undertaken would require a subsequent EIR or supplemental EIR. 3, adopt the
Since we're talking about
January
the
20,
past,
2012
Brenda,
mitigation
I do remember when
monitoring
you
and
first
reporting
started,
program
how you
and
wanted
Appendix
to close
3
the shelters down
memorandum
at night,
of
and
agreement
we
prepared
got that.
by the Metro
And
as it pertains
that
to
never
social
happened, so
impacts.
I just want you to
4,
remember
find under
not to
SQL
close the
guidelines
shelters
section
at night, because they are
15091
desperately
the
needed.
changes
Thank you.
have been incorporated into the project which substantially lessen the significant environmental effects as identified in the final EIS EIR.
Our next
Further
speaker
find
is
that there
Sharon
is no
Brewer.
feasible alternative or additional feasible mitigation measures within the board's powers that would substantially lessen any significant impact or
Two
significant
questions.
effect
Brenda mentioned
the project
something
would
about an
have on the
EIR, but
environment.
didn't say what that
5,
was for.
adopt the attached
And
group of
also
findings of
at
fact
the
and statement of overriding
personnel and
considerations
animal
as it
welfare
pertains to the temporary
meeting,
street closure and
John
finding
Lee
that
had
economic,
mentioned
social,
to her
technological,
about
and other benefits of
his
the project outweigh its
council
significant
file and
impacts.
plan for the future for
6,
the West Valley
specify that the
shelter.
Metro Division of the Bureau
I
of
was just
Engineering
wondering whether
located
or
at
not,
1149 South
I know there's
Broadway,
a little bit
Board,
mentioned about it, but again, the
located
EIR,
at 200 North Spring Street, and other relevant
you.
City of Los Angeles departments are custodians of the documents or joint report number 1, page 2, other material which constitute the record of the proceedings upon which the board's decision is based. 7, approve the request to temporarily close 2nd Street between Broadway and Spring Street starting Friday, October 30th, 2020 at 9 p.m. and ending Monday, June 28th, 2021 at 5 a.m. subject to the conditions identified
we will
within
move
this
on
report.
to Commissioners'
8,
oral
approve the
reports and
request
future
to
agenda items.
temporarily close the intersection
Anybody
of
have
2nd Street
anything
and
to report?
Broadway for 4 non-consecutive 56-hour weekends, each starting Friday at 9 p.m. and ending Monday at 5
Hearing
p.m. 5 a.m. For the
I'll
following
just
weekends,
report
subject to the
that,
conditions identified within this report.
this
From
Friday,
January 15,
2
2021 to January 18,
I'm
2021.
doing a webinar
From January
with the
22,
Housing Rights
2021
Center
to
on
January
housing rights
25,
for
2021.
emotional
From
support
February
to service
12,
animals.
2021 to February 15,
With
2021.
Yvonne
From
Rodriguez.
February
Lieutenant
19, 2021 to
Yvonne
February
Rodriguez
22,
from
2021.
From the
9,
department.
approve the request to temporarily
We're going
close the
to be
intersection
talking
of
about
2nd and Spring,
rights
2nd
of
Street and
tenants
Spring
with
Street for
support
4 consecutive
or
56-hour weekends, each
support
starting
of service
on Friday
animals and the
at 9
requirement
p.m. and ending on Monday
to do
at
so,
5 a.m. for the following
and the rights of
weekends,
the landlord.
subject to the conditions
So
identified within this
people are
report.
invited. You can
From May
go
7,
to
2021 to May 10, 2021. From May 14, 2021 to May 17, 2021. From June 11, 2021 to June 14, 2021, and June 18, 2021 to June 21, 2021.
First item is
10,
presentation
approve
of
the
retirement
peak hour
certificate.
exemption request to allow construction work within the public right of way during the
Director of
weekday
Field
morning
Operations,
peak hours, 6
Karen.
a.m. to 9 a.m. and weekday afternoon peak hours, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. starting Monday, November 2, 2020 and ending Friday, June 25,
I'll be making that presentation. Thank you very much. Tammy Watson with the department.
Street and Broadway, subject to the conditions
I'm here to discuss the Director of Field Operations, Karen Nipsher-Cox. Commander Nipsher-Cox will retire from city service on November 6, 2020, with 30 years, 11 months, and 3
the
weeks
Metro
of
Regional
service.
Connect project is a 1.9 mile
Really close
underground light
to
rail
31
transit
years of service.
line that will extend from the
At
Gold
the
Mine
age
Hill
of
Tokyo Station to
25,
the 7th Street
Karen
Metro
began her
Center
city
station.
career as an animal control
In the coming
officer
year, there
in
will be a series of street
1989.
closures street
As a
closure
woman in a
requests as
male-dominated
the
field,
regional connector project
fields,
completes
Karen
underground work and
excelled in her
backfills the
work.
major excavations
In
and restores
1995,
streets.
she promoted to animal control
The location of
officer
today's
2.
request is in the vicinity
In
of the new
1998,
historic
she
Broadway
promoted to
station.
senior animal control
Metro and their
officer 1,
contractor,
a
regional
lieutenant,
connector
and then
constructors,
in 2
RCC,
short
are
years,
requesting
she
to close
promoted to senior
2nd
animal
Street
control
between
officer
Spring
2,
Street and Broadway for 8
captain.
months, starting this Friday
In
October
2017,
30th,
Karen promoted to district
to
supervisor,
June 28th
and then in
of 2021.
2018, she promoted to her current position as director of field operations.
The adjacent intersections of 2nd
During the
Street
30
and
years
Broadway
with the Department
and
of Animal
the intersection of
Services,
2nd Street and
Karen
Spring Street are
fulfilled
requested to
many
be closed for 4
In
weekends,
addition to the
each
traditional
as
duties
identified
of
in
her
recommendations 8
classification,
and 9, which you
Karen
previously
served
read.
as a training officer, a hearing examiner, emergency operations and
The work plan-
preparedness
the work plan-
coordinator, district
The work
manager,
plan- I'm sorry?
ROP, and,
No, go
and
ahead.
an ROP
Okay.
instructor.
The work plan
And
during
Karen
disclosure
has
is to
proven
install
herself to be extremely knowledgeable with filing
I'm sorry.
criminal cases.
to remove the temporary roadway
And she
decking,
even
backfill the
served
excavation, and
as the
street
public
restoration,
information officer,
and perform street
which is one of the
restoration.
things that I didn't know.
Most of the major design submittals have
Throughout
been
her
approved.
career,
However, Metro
Karen
reports
has
that the
obtained
southwest corner of the
extensive
2nd and
certifications
Broadway
in
cannot be
areas
constructed
such as
as
disaster
currently designed
recovery,
and
Homeland
improved.
Security, exercise
Metro
and
is committed to
evaluation,
resolving this assigned issue,
California
and this is
emergency
reflected in condition
management,
9 of this report.
and she completed most, if not all, of the FEMA Emergency Management Institute
There are no
Incident
unresolved
Command System certifications.
notices of non-compliance issued by
So due
Bureau
to
of Contract
Karen's
Administration
vast
for the
training
Regional
and
Connector Project.
experience, she was often recognized
The
by
first phase of the
neighboring
worksite
agencies
traffic
for her
control plan
leadership
has been approved
and
by
her
DOT,
responsiveness
and
when
later phases
partnering
are
with
in
the various
process. However,
emergencies
LA
we
DOT is
encounter.
supportive of starting the street closure.
Karen led a well-respected and
As part of this,
frequently
as part
sought-out
of
large
evaluating
animal
this
rescue
request,
team,
staff from the
which was
Bureau
one of the most
of
successful
Engineering's
teams of
Environmental
its
Management
kind
Division
in the
reviewed the
state.
environmental documentation from Metro
And even during her
generated Metro-
last year with
sorry.
the department, this
I
current
am
year,
tripping over myself.
2020,
and generated
Karen
a
worked
memo
with the state
attached to this
organization
report which
Cal
summarizes the
Animals to
impacts and
develop a
mitigation measures
certification program for
associated with
animal
this
control
closure.
officers.
The LA
This
Police
certification
Commission
is
has
for
granted a
professionals
construction
committed
noise
to the
variance associated
excellence of
with
the
this work.
animals and the people in their community.
And as far as
And,
City Council
by
District
the way,
14,
as
when
a
this
result
report was
of
written,
LA
Metro
Animal
provided
Services
documentation of their
in-depth
outreach
training
to the office,
program,
but did not
all of
receive
our
a
animal
response from
control
the office,
officers meet the certification
which has only been
requirements,
recently filled by
and many have
Councilmember
already
Tim De
obtained their
Leon.
certification.
However,
So
DOE has
Karen
had recent
worked
communications
hand in
with
hand with
City
Cal
14
Animals
staff,
to
and they are
develop the
supportive of
certification
this request.
program, and they actually
Metro has
asked
performed
for
outreach
our
for this
training
closure,
curriculum,
and
our
stakeholders have
training
been briefed
curriculum, so that they can
on
share it with
this
others.
closure. That concludes my report.
And with all
We
of
have
these
staff
things
from
that
DOE,
Karen has
LADOT,
accomplished,
Metro, and
I also want to
RCC
mention
available
that
to
she
answer
did
any questions
all
that
of
you may
this
have.
while also
And,
taking care of a family.
We also have
So,
a verbal amendment
that just goes to show how amazing Karen
associated with
is, both in the workplace and at
recommendation
home.
number
And on
9.
behalf
Thank
of
you.
the City of Los Angeles and the Department of Animal Services, I want to thank you,
I'm not sure how to do this. Should I
Manager
read?
Richard Cox, for
I
your
will
30-plus
include
years
it
of
into,
dedication as a
so
public servant.
consistent with the
and a
fact
leader.
that we've had a transition in the council office, and that there are some sort of ancillary design matters to deal with at the corner of Broadway and Spring, then what I'm going to do is introduce a verbal motion into condition number 9 of the report, which would be sentence number 2, to say Metro shall review the revised plan with City Council District 14. Gary, I see you're shaking your head. You're aware of this and you're comfortable with that. I think it's going to be important to engage CD14 in a meaningful way, particularly on something with the Bringing Back Broadway program, Happy Earth Plan continuing, et cetera. I think that's going to be important. So, Larry, I will, when we introduce the motion, I'll incorporate that amendment into that.
Thank you.
Okay. And that should, and I've flagged that now, and thank you, Larry, for flagging it, so that colleagues are aware in the discussion that we will condition the closure, or we'll condition that design review on CD14's participation in a review of that. So, colleagues, we'll open up the floor. Vice President Garcia, any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. Actually, just clarification on your last point, President Good. We will include CD14 in, so there'll be some kind of a change, or just getting clarification, that's all.
So at the, and Larry, Gary, please feel free to interject here, but my understanding is There are still some design matters to be dealt with at the corner of Broadway and Spring, around the corners and the access ramps. And this is particularly important. I mean, it would always be important relative to the council office and their review. It is particularly important given that, you know, CD14 has been engaged in bringing back Broadway. That corridor is a high level of importance for the council district, old and new, and we're at this specific transition point. I think it matters for them to be able to be engaged in that process when that design is happening on that corner. And Metro is acquiescent with that, as is obviously BOA.
Yeah, I just had missed that very beginning part. Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions. I want to say thank you to Metro for coming a couple days early this time. Thank you for that. We're happy about that. You know, it's at least, you know, 4 days, so that's good. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. I mean, it's very specific, everything that we're doing, and it's clear. So that's all I have. Thank you, Larry. No worries. I know it's hard for you to be out there in Star Wars land. Where are you?
I'm in Monument Valley today.
Okay, there you go. It's hard to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis.
I'm fine. We did say that the 14th district signed off on it.
Yeah, and then we're going to amend the conditions of the closure to include their participation or their review of subsequent design elements on Broadway Street.
Gotcha. I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Villegas.
You almost baptized me with another name. I am fine with this issue. I know that Metro has been to see us, several times on this one. I'm fine. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Yeah, this is a serious closure. It's also a serious project, obviously. So thank you for getting this to us quickly. I know there was a lot of collaboration between Larry and Gary and teams. So Dr. Campos, what I'm going to do is I will motion to approve this street closure with an amendment to the report for condition number 9. Condition number 9 should read on I would amend it to read, Metro shall submit a revision of the street restoration plans for the intersection of 2nd Street and Broadway for approval by the BOE and other relevant city departments so that the reopening of 2nd Street will not be delayed. Metro shall review the revised plan with City Council District 14. That would be the amended sentence. Metro shall report the status of this issue to the board as part of Metro's quarterly transportation project status update during the street closure. So I will make the motion as amended. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any objections, Vice President Garcia?
No objections.
President Pro Tem Davis?
No objections.
All right. So the item and the street closure are approved forthwith, hearing no objections. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Gary. I know you'll have work to do.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. All right, colleagues. Let's actually go forward to I'd like to get a few things knocked out. Let's go to item number. Let's go to item number 12. Item number 12 is in CD4. This is a contract award, Axiom Group Sidewalk Repair Program Package number 56. Recommending the board, 1, declare Axiom Group first low bidder to be the lowest responsible bidder, and award Axiom Group a contract for this project for $896,197.95, and to authorize the president or 2 members of the board to execute the contract after approval as to form has been obtained from the city attorney. Arsen Buskirchian is here with us. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Tell us about the package.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Arsen Buskirchian. I'm here with the Bureau of Engineering, Sidewalk Division. The report before you today is for awarding a contract to Axiom Group for the Sidewalk Repair Program Package number 56, which is a design-build package including 19 access request sites. To provide a little bit of background, the access request element of the Sidewalk Repair Program makes repairs requested by or for people with mobility disabilities who encounter physical barriers in the city right-of-way. Within the report, we've included Exhibit 1, which is a representation of a barrier to accessibility that would be addressed by this project in response to an access request. In fiscal year 2019-20, the Sidewalk Repair Program was appropriated $10 million for access request acceleration from the Roadside Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program Fund, which is commonly known as the SB1 Fund. This was in addition to the amount appropriated to meet the terms of the settlement agreement. And so this package, SRP package number 56, is part of that effort to accelerate repairs for access requests using the additional $10 million appropriation from the fiscal year 2019-2020 funds. Again, this project is a design-build project, so the contractor will be responsible for providing the engineering design services as well as performing construction. The contract duration is 235 calendar days. The scope of work will include repairs and or installations of sidewalks and related elements at 19 access request sites, which are located throughout the city in council districts 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14. So basically 10 out of the 15 council districts. So it is spread throughout the entire city, or most of the city. The scope of work at each individual site will include construction or repairs of sidewalks, curb ramps, driveways, curb and gutters, transitions, and other related elements. This project was advertised on June 23rd, 2020, and we received 9 bids on August 4th, 2020. The summary of bids are transmitted with this report. The city engineer's estimate was $1,046,684. The lowest of the 9 bids received was from Axiom Group for an amount of $896,197.95, which is 14.38% below the city engineer's estimate. And this project is subject to the local business preference program, and the Bureau of Contract Administration has confirmed that the lowest bidder, Axiom Group, is a certified LBE. This project is also subject to the business inclusion program. And for this project, the anticipated participation level for MBE was 4%, and the actual pledged amount is 17.78%. The anticipated WBE percentage was 2%. The actual pledged is 0. The anticipated SBE percentage was 25%, and the actual is 17.78%. Anticipated EBE was 8%, and the actual is 0%. And finally, the anticipated DVBE was 3%, and the actual pledged amount is 0%. There's also a 12.19% pledge for OBE. The contractor Axiom Group has performed work for the city previously on numerous contracts issued by this board. Bureau of Contract Administration has reported no unresolved problems in inspection, contract compliance, or bidder responsibility by Axiom Group. And therefore, staff recommends that the board declare Axiom first low bidder to be the lowest responsible bidder and award Axiom Group the contract for this project. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Arsen. One quick clarifying question, and then I'll open up the floor. You said this money that will come from $10 million from 1920?
Yes.
From 1920?
Correct. In 1920, the sidewalk program was appropriated an additional $10 million for accelerating access requests. That was in addition to our annual commitment that we get. And so that money, we still have some left over. So this project will be funded from that 1920 appropriation.
Okay, thank you, Arson. And this item will be subject, if approved, to the mayor's cost containment process, as I'm sure folks are aware. That said, let's open it for questions. Any questions or comments? Vice President Garcia?
I don't. Thank you very much. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? President Pro Tem Davis?
I was looking, I couldn't see the sheet on my supporting evidence of the documents, but anyway, it sounds good to me. I just would have loved to have seen the report. I don't know what happened to my sheets here. But the council districts involved in this are how many again, sir?
There are 10 council districts out of the 15.
Okay.
I can repeat them if you'd like.
Well, would you please, sir?
Sure. So they are 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14.
And so this contractor will do the work in all of those districts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's the total again?
The award amount would be for $896,197.95. That's without the contingency. That's the actual award amount.
Okay, and that's, so we have this listed under CD4, but it's really more than, right? This is item number 12, right?
Correct.
Okay, we had this listed under CD4 and not in all of the CDs that you mentioned to me, which is not your problem, but, you know, I want to call that to the attention of administration here. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, duly noted, President Pro Tem Davis. I noticed that too. Dr. Campos, just as a flag. Okay, Commissioner Villegas.
I thought I wasn't muted. I was just double checking. What President Pro Tem said earlier. I have no questions. Thank you for the thorough report, Arsen. I see that there are about 19 projects that are going to be taking place, and you know, and they're sprinkled throughout the city. And I see that in order for residents to request these, they have to obviously fall in line with some need based on accessibility. So that's good to know. And barring I have one minor question. Barring, you know, the financial constraints that we are in right now, how would people know to request this?
Sure. So the request, it can be entered through our website, sidewalks.lacd.org, or through 311. They can do it through phone calls or through online again at MyLA311, or going directly to our website at sidewalks.lacd.org. There's a link for access request on the website, and so they click the link and follow the prompts basically to submit a request.
Have you seen an increase?
So before the stay-at-home orders or the safer-at-home orders, we were getting much more requests per month than we are now. We've seen a drop in the requests since the stay-at-home orders, but they are in recent months starting to tick up again. We haven't reached pre-COVID levels yet, but they are starting to increase again in the last few months.
That's interesting. I thought you would have had the reverse because I have seen several of these in my neighborhood. I just take pictures and put them through 311. Okay.
Yes, we were expecting the same. We were thinking we were going to be getting more during the safer at home orders, but they seem to drop off initially, and now they're slowly coming back.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Is there a not insignificant backlog at this point on the accessibility requests?
There's a very significant backlog, and that's partially why the acceleration was appropriated, and so to help us try to catch up to some of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you very much. All right, colleagues, I will do I have a motion to move this forward as amended, requiring review, mayoral cost containment review?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Villegas, a second from President Pro Tem Davis. Dr. Campos, were you about to say something?
No, no longer.
Okay.
The motion's on the table.
Any objections, Vice President Garcia?
No objections.
All right, thank you. So hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith, subject to mayoral cost containment review. Thank you very much, Arson.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, colleagues, we have a big agenda, so I'm trying to get some stuff knocked out. Let's quickly just jump over to item number 14, which should be fairly quick. Item number 14 is in CD2, and this is subcontractor substitution, Ford EC Inc. Recommending the board concur with the action of Commissioner Davis, President Pro Tem Davis, approving the request of Ford EC Inc. for the subcontractor substitution of Aero Concrete Cutting Company Incorporated with Calmont General Engineering Inc. for grading work for the North Hollywood Sewer Maintenance Yard. This is rebid. We have Seppi Wiles with us today. Hi, Seppi. Good morning.
Good morning, President Good. Yes, as you indicated, this is a request, a recommendation of a substitution. The Bureau received this request on April 15th, 2020 from Ford EC Inc. to substitute Aero Concrete Cutting Company Incorporated, Aero, their bid listed MBE subcontractor for grading work on the aforementioned project in Council District 2 with Calmont General Engineering Inc., Calmont, and other business enterprise subcontractor. The request was accompanied by a letter from Aero withdrawing from their portion of work due to their current workload. The bid listed amount for Aero's portion of grading work was $100,000 even, and Calmont will complete the portion of work for this amount and the substitution will be at no additional cost to the city. The Bureau concurs with the recommendation of Commissioner Davis to approve the substitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiles. Any comments or questions, Vice President Garcia?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Villegas?
Yeah, just a minor question. If you could just touch on the substitution. Is it still within our threshold for like a MBE or any other enterprise?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. President Pro Tem Davis?
I want to move the agenda if there are no other questions on the motion.
All right. Got a motion from President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second? Vice President Garcia. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
None. Thank you.
All right. Hearing no objections, item number 14 is approved forthwith. Thank you very much, Ms. Wiles.
Have a good day.
Okay. Let's go quickly then to item number 15, colleagues. This is in CD4. This is specification submitted for board adoption and authorization to advertise for the invitation of bids in CD14 for the Olympic Boulevard and Mateo Street improvements. This is a rebid. Work order number E60000779. Estimated cost $2,229,813, with the bid receipt date being December 8th, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve this release of this bid, release of bid?
Move.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections. Thank you.
All right. Hearing no objections, this item is adopted forthwith. All right. Let's now go back. We have a virtual army from Streets LA here today. So I think what we'll do is go ahead and hear item number 6, which is, excuse me, not item number 6. It is, yes, it is item number 6. This is an advisement, number one. This is all council districts. This is a report back on the sidewalk and park vending program, Bureau of Street Services, Streets LA, recommending the board receive and file. BPW 2020-0360, council files number 13-1493-S5, 13-1493-S9, and 20-0147-S27. I know Commissioner Villegas has been working closely with Streets LA on this, and I think David Rivera is going to be leading the presentation. Good morning, David.
Mr. President, before Mr. Rivera, Chief Rivera comes on the line, since we're changing categories in the agenda, we do have various members from the public that are dialed in. Can I double check to make sure that
I think there was at least one. Yeah, I think there was at least one for item 6. Yeah, please.
There was one person earlier. Yes, that's correct, Mr. President. Members of the general public, if you'd like to speak on item number 6, the Board of Public Works is now considering a report back for the sidewalk and park vending program with the Bureau of Street Services. If you can please press *9 on your landline or mobile smartphone device at this time. If you'd like to speak on item number 6, we do have one caller already in the queue. If there's any other callers from the public that would like to speak on item number 6, can you please press *9 at this time? Last call for item number 6. The Board of Public Works is considering a report back for the sidewalk and park vending program. If you'd like to speak on this item, please press *9.
No, we had at least one.
We do have one. Now it looks like we have 2.
Okay.
Mr. President, we do have 2 callers on the line, so we will take that whenever you'd like to open those lines. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Let's go ahead and actually hear Mr. Rivera's, Chief Rivera's presentation, then we'll hear from the public comment. You're muted, Chief.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you now.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Bureau representatives, and City Attorney. I'm David Rivera with Streets LA Investigation Enforcement Division. I oversee the sidewalk and park vending program for the City of Los Angeles. This is a report back that provides a status update and recommendations pertaining to the sidewalk and park vending program. We were asked to discuss a 6-month status report, and the board has subsequently made recommendations for Streets LA to provide a report back on the following items. I can go over them one by one. We could do it that way, or I can list all 11 at first, however you wish to do it, sir.
You know, actually, I would defer to you in terms of what you want to communicate to us.
Okay. So there was 11 items. I'll just go over them one by one. First one was how the vendors can participate in the Alfresco initiative. The Alfresco program allows permitted sidewalk vendors who comply with county public health mobile food vendor regulations to apply for temporary outdoor dining in the following locations. They could be private property, public parking lots, the public right-of-way, select locations offered by DOT, and where applicants applying for a full closure are required to set aside dedicated space for sidewalk vendors. LADOT will process applications and provide equipment to support the vendors with these parklets and street closures. Applications have been open since July 26, 2020. I'll just go through all the items and then we can go back, I guess, if there's any questions on each, or do you want to do it at?
Yeah, let's do that, David.
Okay. All right.
Get everything spread out.
Got it. Okay. Number 2, creating special vending districts. The no vending districts were established by council, and at this time, Streets LA does not recommend any changes to the zones established by City Council. Number 3, offering location-specific permits. I know vendors have inquired about the possibility of being able to obtain an exclusive permit and vending in a specific location, but at this time, Streets LA does not recommend launching a location-based permit during this initial phase of the program, since the permitting system is still in the early stages. A lot of complications of determining who should receive the permit for a high-value location or location-based permits could add to the demand for limited street delay enforcement resources and authority at this time. Number 4, waiving permit fees through December. The board recommended some vendor relief actions in the form of a fee deferral through December 31st, a refund of fees paid to date, and the addition of 6 months to the expiration date of permits issued in the first half of 2020. And also, council enacted a change to LAMC to maintain the lower permit fee of $291 until the end of the fiscal year, June 30, 2021. Number 5, creating community-owned commissary space and repurposed vacant and underutilized kitchens. So over the last few months, Streets LA has created a vending subcommittee with LA County Health to identify ways to make it easier for vendors to access public health permits. Maybe some alternatives to the subcommittee is exploring also includes commercial kitchens in churches, schools, permitted restaurants whose operations have been reduced by the pandemic, and also cottage food operations. These discussions are still in the early stages at this point, so we're working on that. Number 6, make PPE available to all sidewalk vendors. Streets LA has purchased over 2,000 face masks that are being distributed to vendors that are in the right-of-way and throughout the city that do not have masks. The task force will do outreach to them and pass out the masks for those that do not have it. Number 7, working with LA County on food permit issuance. Streets LA has also initiated a regular subcommittee with LA County, which is convening bi-weekly to develop strategies that would make it easier for vendors to access food vending permits from the LA County Health. We have various representatives from the board, LA County Health, the Mayor's Office, and CD9, and also Economic and Workforce Development Office, vendor advocates, and some business source center partners. And the priority is to identify some obstacles that the vendors are facing, which is the high cost of obtaining a food cart that meet the requirements for LA County, and also the high cost of LA County Public Health, the actual permitting process to obtain the permit. Number 8, providing a call-in number for the vendors. The Bureau has a dedicated phone line now for vendors who can call and voice their concerns to obtain information for non-emergencies. These phone lines are operational during business hours, and after hours they can leave a message, and we will review those daily. Number 9, providing technical assistance for the permit program. Streets LA has been working with different groups, business source centers, and the Mexican Consulate General Office of Los Angeles to conduct online information sessions on how to apply for a vending permit. So far, we've conducted a total of 9 webinars with a total attendance of 1,186. Number 10, translating all forms into multiple languages. At this time, we provide all our outreach materials regarding the vending program in 13 languages. And we will continue to translate all documents using Continental Interpreting Inc. as funding allows. Feasibility of payment installments. At this time, Investigation Enforcement Division is not set up to accommodate a payment plan. As the city's technological capacity, online payment capabilities, and enforcement authorities continue to be cut short, so we're not going to suggest that at this time. That concludes the report back. Is there any questions for me so far?
I think what we'll do, thank you very much, Chief Rivera. Let's, Dr. Campos, let's go ahead and have our members of the public speak, whoever's there. We have one caller.
Mr. President, we do have 2 callers in the queue, but I just realized something, that we may have some callers from the general public that may speak Spanish only. So I'm just going to do a quick instructions in Spanish just to see if any of the callers on the line, we have about a dozen or so that may speak Spanish only, and that.
Yeah, please.
Fernando, I can also translate for anybody that.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I can translate.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Miembros del público, si usted gusta hablar hablar a hoy, por favor, oprime estrella 6 en el número 6. Buenos días, miembros del público. Si usted quiere hablar a hoy y dar comentario en el número 6, por favor, oprime el número 6. Okay, Mr. President, I don't think we do have callers. And Commissioner Garcia and Villegas, if I did not do it well in Spanish, please feel free to jump in. But we'll go ahead and take those two callers on the line right now. So caller ending in 814, caller ending in 814. Can you please unmute your microphone at this time?
Hello.
Hola.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, caller ending in 814. Just give me one more second or two. I do have two other callers on the line. I do need to provide some instructions.
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. Sí, el número telefónico terminando en 395, número telefónico 395. ¿Gustaría hablar en el número 6 a hoy?
Sí.
Perfecto. Me permite unos 4 minutos más y ahorita vuelvo a su número.
Ok, gracias.
Tenemos otra llamada, el número terminando en 161, el número terminando en 161. La Comisión de Obra Pública está considerando el número 6 a hoy. ¿Gustaría hablar en ese número?
Sí.
Perfecto. Si me permite unos 5 a 6 minutos más, tenemos 3 llamadas antes de usted.
Ok.
Gracias. Mr. President, we do have 4 callers on the line. I will go ahead and dispatch the first one first, which is caller ending in 814. Caller ending in 814, your microphone has been unmuted. You will be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 6. Please go ahead, and thank you for your patience.
No problem. Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Sergio Jimenez from Community Power Collective and the LA Street Vendor Campaign. I'm rather disappointed with the Street LA report. It could have been a great opportunity for them to make positive recommendations with meaningful impact to the vending program that is urgently needed. Instead, it's a neutral and lazy document with plagiarized commentary and little thought. The silence on special vending zone is appalling, knowing full well that in the high-density areas with historical vending routes, the vending laws clash with workers due to the many restrictions. But it makes sense, because it's easier to criminalize and penalize folks than to solve problems. No food card, no food permit, you get a ticket. Knowing full well that food cards are tied to a food permit that the Department of Public Health isn't approving easily and is costly, and enforcing such requirement isn't fair. That's not education. PPE are vital, and this is a small gesture. But at the same time, PPE distribution masks to vendors is hypocritical because vendors who currently sell PPE masks are receiving citations and warnings for vending. The Alfresco program, again, we're thankful for vendor inclusion. But less than 2 vendors have applied to participate in this program because the proper cards don't exist. Commissaries in identifying empty kitchens is great. We fully support that, but it doesn't solve the issue of DPH cards anyway. One can cook in these spaces, but if the card doesn't exist, they can't sell it. The deferred payment plans were kind of confusing. Also a nice gesture, right? But if you want to report in a valid suggestions that can make a difference, the vendors want a permit that is free during the duration of COVID and the aftermath, an end to citations and amnesty for issued tickets during the pandemic, direct investment now from city officials to facilitate the cost of food cards, streamline the process and make it more affordable,
a more proactive leadership role from the city to expedite regulation, legislation, and strategies that can facilitate food health permits for vendors. And key vital to these reports is input from vendors themselves, who are victims and who are participants in this economy, Angelino economy. The vendors, all they want is a fair chance to succeed and not more obstacles in the journey. And LA Streets missed the chance to really help the vending program by being vague, hesitant, and offering very little suggestions and immediate action. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll go ahead and dispatch this next caller in. Caller ending in 910, caller ending in 910. Can you please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone? You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 6. Caller ending in 910, caller ending in 910. Please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 6. All right, last call, caller ending in 910. Can you please?
Buenos días.
Sí, permítame un segundo. Let me just clarify that. Caller ending in 910 with an area code of 323. We have 2 callers on the line that end with 910. Caller ending in 910 with an area code of 323. Can you please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone? You'll be given 2 minutes in Spanish. Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Sí, número telefónico terminando en 910 con código de área 323. Por favor, oprima estrella 6. El número telefónico terminando en 910 con código de área 323. Por favor, oprime estrella 6. I'm not getting a response from that number, Mr. President. I'll go ahead and come back to it in the future if you'd like, but I'm going to move on to the next 2 callers that we have on the line. We may have a 3rd caller as well.
Okay. Please do.
Sí, la siguiente llamada, número telefónico terminando en 395, por favor, oprime estrella 6. Número telefónico terminando en 395. Número telefónico terminando en 395. Por favor, oprime el estrella 6 para hablar en el número 6.
¿Aló?
Sí, hola. Buenos días.
Hi.
Sí, buenos días.
Para la interpretación vamos a necesitar que nos permite 1, 2, 3 minutos para poder traducir lo que usted está diciendo.
Ok, sí, está bien.
Entonces, si por favor nos puede dar una frase o 2 entre la comisionada García y la comisionada Villegas, vamos a traducir lo que usted está diciendo.
Ok.
Por favor, deme un segundo.
Adelante.
Deme un segundo, por favor, señor Miguel. Mr. President and Commissioners, what we're going to do is we ask the caller to speak on this item, and we ask the caller to pause every couple of sentences so that we can translate to the board to consider this item. So it may take us a little longer. I will stop the clock every time we're translating, but I will reset the clock when he is speaking.
That's fine, Dr. Campos.
Do you say you want to handle or you want me to do it? Okay.
I can do it.
Yeah, team too.
Señor Miguel, por favor, continúe con su testimonio. Le vamos a dar 2 minutos para hablar en este artículo y cada 2 o 3 frases, por favor, pause para nosotros poder traducir a la comisión.
Ok. Mi nombre es Ángel Pérez. Soy vendedor de Exposition Park.
My name is Ángel Pérez, and he sells at Expo Park.
En este día quiero aprovechar, ya que tenemos esta conversación con ustedes, quiero aprovechar de que no queremos más descriminalización.
We don't want any decriminalization.
Y también queremos abogar por los lugares donde hay muchos vendedores como el Alvarado, como en Hollywood, en Exposition Park, la May. Queremos que sean estos lugares un distrito especial.
And we want to advocate for other vendors so that we can get special districts for Alvarado, Hollywood, and señor, ¿qué otras áreas me dijo? La área de Alvarado, Hollywood y dijo otras dos áreas.
La May y Exposition Park.
Exposition Park.
Exposition Park and Main Street.
También queremos que también el BCS, igual que Obras Públicas, trabajen con los que autorizan los carritos de comida, porque en realidad no tenemos un carrito y también nos preocupa porque el BCS está viendo que no hay un carrito y ellos siguen insistiendo en un carrito especial y no hay un carrito, entonces ese es nuestro problema.
And they want to also advocate to be able to get the special carts. Usted está, para recibir más clarificación, usted está refiriendo de los carritos que están permitidos para vender, ¿correcto?
Sí, actualmente no hay un carrito aprobado para vender en la acera. Los carritos que existen, que también Seguridad nos está exigiendo, es los carritos que existen en la calle.
Okay, gracias, yo lo entiendo. He's asking for carts that are currently permitted. ¿Puede seguir?
Sí, por último yo quiero pedirles, así como están llegando a poner tickets, nosotros quisiéramos que también cuando lleguen a poner tickets que nos ayuden a educar a nuestros compañeros vendedores, diciéndoles que dónde pueden sacar sus permisos, cuándo es el espacio que tienen que ocupar, porque en realidad ellos nomás llegan a poner los tickets, pero no están educando a nuestros compañeros dónde pueden sacar su permiso, qué es lo que necesitan. Entonces es preocupante porque ellos nomás llegan y ponen tickets o ponen un guardia y no están educando a nuestros compañeros. No quiere decir que nosotros no estamos educados en nuestra forma de ser con ellos, sino que lo que nosotros necesitamos es que ellos den los lugares donde pueden ellos tramitar sus permisos. En la actualidad el BCS no lo está haciendo y también con respecto a los lugares especiales queremos que trabajen junto con los vendedores, con los líderes. Nosotros estamos dispuestos a trabajar con ellos, pero si ellos no se limitan, no podemos hacer nada nosotros.
2 minutes, 2 minutos. Gracias.
Okay, gracias por sus comentarios. Se lo voy a traducir ahora al resto de la gente en la junta. His last comment was dealing with they want help to be able to educate this community. They would like more help also to be able to let them know more information about permits, what permits are required because there's multiple. They also want, going back to the zones area, more education on where to sell. And they prefer that than any kind of citations. And they want to be able to have us work with them to be able to at least discuss more about the zones, because that's what they want. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that, Commissioner Villegas, and to the commissioners, is that the caller, Mr. Angel Perez, also recommended that the Bureau of Street Services work with the Board of Public Works for the street vending and also for the special carts, and that receiving the citation doesn't mean that they don't want to comply. It just means that they are asking for more education, more outreach on where to go to get help, what else is needed to be in compliance. So they do not want this to be interpreted as getting citations as we do not want to comply. We do want to comply, but we just need the help for the education, for the outreach, where to get the permits, what we need to do to be in compliance.
Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Commissioner Villegas, and thank you, callers. Very much appreciate the comments from everyone. Dr. Campos, so do we have more?
Yes, we do have two other callers on the line.
Okay.
I'd like to speak on this item. El siguiente llamador, el siguiente número telefónico terminando en 161, por favor oprime el estrella 6. Llamada terminando en 161, llamada terminando 161, por favor oprime el estrella 6. Sí, última oportunidad para la llamada terminando en 161, por favor oprime estrella 6. Le vamos a dar 2 minutos para hablar en este número, en este artículo número 6. Hola.
Hola. Buenos días a todos.
Sí, buenos días.
¿Aló?
¿Me permite un segundo? Le voy a dar las instrucciones cómo vamos a hacer esto. Usted va a necesitar, para traducir lo que usted está diciendo, le vamos a dar 2 minutos para traducir. Si me permite 2 o 3 frases a la vez para permitirnos a nosotros para traducir a la comisión de lo que usted está diciendo.
Ok.
Gracias. Comience su testimonio, por favor, comience con su nombre y cada 30 segundos o cada 2 o 3 frases, por favor, pause.
Ok, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Santa Huerta. Soy líder de la Fashion District.
Hi, my name is Santa Huerta, and I am a vendor from the Fashion District.
A la razón de lo que estoy hablando hoy día es porque ustedes están multando calladitamente en esta época que estamos de tan difícil pandemia, pasando por muchas necesidades, dando warnings, hostigamientos, etcétera, etcétera.
The reason for my call today is you all are giving a lot of citations, and we have a lot of need right now during this pandemic.
Estas multas significan más deudas. ¿Con qué dinero vamos a poder pagar? Porque muchos de nosotros todavía inclusive no salimos a vender. Hay mucha gente de la tercera edad que no tiene las posibilidades. Entonces ustedes pónganse a pensar cómo.
The citations are more expense and more money, and we can't vend. And during this pandemic, anything else?
La campaña de vendedores ambulantes hicieron o están haciendo unas clínicas para reducir las multas.
The campaign for vendors is gathering to be able to educate the public.
También ustedes, a las personas que están yendo a pedir el permiso, sí les están dando el permiso, pero ustedes están diciendo que se pueden poner donde quiera. Y eso no debe ser así, porque cada área estamos organizados y nosotros sabemos a las personas nuevas dónde le vamos a poner, porque ellos vienen y se vienen a la 1, a las 2 de la mañana y se ocupan nuestros espacios, y entonces es una pelea entre nosotros. Eso no debe ser. Ustedes deben darle información correcta que nosotros necesitamos.
Okay, and she's also saying that when permits are issued, everyone can sell everywhere, and that is not fair because the vendors are organized and they have areas where they vend. And if the city gives the permits, then other vendors will sell in their areas, and they have a difference of opinion or infighting, and it's the city needs to be able to tell everyone where they should vend.
También necesitamos sobre el distrito de Fashion District que sea considerado como un distrito especial, porque somos muchos vendedores ahí, no nomás que puede ser en la May o en Expo, etcétera, etcétera. Habemos en todas las áreas. Por supuesto que vamos a trabajar con las áreas más grandes, donde hay más grandes ambulantes, ¿verdad? Entonces, a nosotros nos gustaría trabajar con ustedes, sentarnos en la mesa para dar nuestras necesidades y ustedes nos pueden escuchar y llegar a una solución adecuada para nosotros, señores.
Gracias. She's also saying that she would like the fashion district to be considered a vending district and wants to work with us and sit down to be able to discuss this issue and come to an agreement.
Es lo único que les pido, por favor, en este momento que estamos pasando todavía por esta pandemia y no sabemos cómo va a venir. Me gustaría que ustedes se pongan la mano al pecho y aboguen por nosotros, porque a los del fresco, ya ve que ya los sacaron afuera, ellos están, pero ya nos están quitando nuestros lugares de los vendedores. ¿Eso qué significa? Que nos están discriminando a nosotros los vendedores, señores. Eso no es justo. Nosotros no estamos pidiendo algo malo, ¿verdad? No estamos pidiendo solo lo justo para poder trabajar tranquilos, honestamente.
Gracias. All right, and she also said that she would like additional help. The city helped many other locations for the al fresco, and they're already being able to serve diners outside, and that is taking away business from them, and they feel discriminated, and they feel that this is not just. ¿Tiene otro comentario, señora Huerta?
That's 2 minutes, Commissioner
Okay.
Villegas.
Es todo, señora. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. And then we have one more, Judge Campos?
We may have 2 more. I'm just going to double check, Mr. President. Caller, siguiente llamada, terminando en número telefónico y terminando en 910, con área código, el código de área 213, número terminando en 910. Sí. Hola, buenos días. Buenos días. Para traducir, sí, para traducir le vamos a pedir unas dos cosas. Uno, por favor, indique su nombre al principio, y número 2, cada 2 o 3 frases, por favor, pause para darle la oportunidad a la comisionaria para traducir lo que usted está diciendo. Le vamos a dar 2 minutos para su comentario.
Ok.
Gracias.
Gracias. Buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Cruz, soy vendedora ambulante del área de Hollywood. Estoy llamando por el punto número 6. Las ciudades que están en contra de la venta ambulante y ahora permiten el uso de las aceras a los restaurantes deben de aprobar la inclusión de la venta ambulante en las mismas áreas. Nosotros, por ejemplo, que vendemos en Hollywood, pues es una área que queremos que sea un distrito especial. Estamos luchando para que se haga un distrito especial en Hollywood porque sabemos que podemos trabajar con el distrito, con el concejal Micho Ferro, podemos trabajar con él para formar un distrito especial y porque la venta se está legalizando, queremos ser parte de la economía y que queremos obtener nuestros permisos.
Gracias. Good morning, my name is Ana Cruz. I'm from the Hollywood, I vend in the Hollywood area. We want to be a part of vending and not just the al fresco program. We want a special district in Hollywood, and we will work with Councilmember Mitchell Farrell, and we want to be a part of this process.
Sí, y también nos gustaría que nos apoyen para que se prolongue más el tiempo para obtener los permisos, puesto que ahorita estamos en una pandemia, los recursos económicos de nosotros son muy pocos, pero queremos pues sacar los permisos, pero necesitamos que nos apoyen, nos den más tiempo y nos ayuden a obtener nuestros carritos para vender comida con los permisos de salubridad, pero a un bajo costo, en lo que necesitamos apoyo también por parte de ustedes de la ciudad para obtener esos permisos y vender tranquilamente y ser parte de la economía de la ciudad.
Gracias. We would also like for you to help us with the delay of payments during this pandemic. We would like to get our permits, and we would like to get more time so that we can get our permits, and we would like a cart that is going to be low cost because we want to be part of this economy.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, señora.
Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Cruz. Vamos a seguir. We're going to go with one more caller, Mr. President. I believe that they wanted to speak, and then I'll just make a general call for any last-minute comments.
Okay, that's good.
Vamos a seguir con el siguiente llamada. El número telefónico terminando en 574. Número telefónico terminando en 574. Por favor, oprime el estrella 6. Número telefónico terminando en 574. Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Si me permite unos segundos, vamos a darle 2 minutos para el testimonio que va a dar usted. La comisionada Villegas va a traducir lo que usted está diciendo. Cada 2 o 3 frases, por favor, pause para darle la oportunidad a la comisionada para traducir.
Okay.
¿Está bien?
Sí.
Perfecto. Le vamos a dar 2 minutos para decir su testimonio. Gracias. Por favor, siga.
Buenos días, me llamo Gladys García, soy vendedora ambulante de Expo y quería que también pedir, por favor, ahorita que están aprovechados en esta reunión, para que pues, se haga saber de que queremos que el DCS y los de obras públicas que trabajen juntos para que podamos vender pues, con más tranquilidad.
Gracias, señora. Sí, nomás puede hablar un poquito más cerca al micrófono o a su teléfono para el siguiente testimonio. Pero ahorita sí recibí toda la información que nos dio. Good morning, my name is Gladys. Good morning, my name is Gladys Garcia. I'm a vendor from the Expo area, and I want to work with you to be able to help vend. I was having a little difficulty hearing her, and I just asked her to speak into her phone and just be a little clear. Síguele, por favor, señora.
Ok, también quería aprovechar para, queremos, nos pueden ayudar a conseguir nuestros permisos y nuestros carritos especiales. Yo soy vendedora ambulante de comida. Por 5 años he estado así y me gustaría, así como soy vendedora ambulante, yo pago mis taxes y yo hago todo lo que se puede, pero aún así pues no tengo todavía mis permisos y queríamos, más que todo, que aprovechar de que nos ayuden a que podamos conseguir nuestro carrito especial para que podamos estar más tranquilos vendiendo sin que la ciudad esté dándonos tickets cada rato.
Gracias.
Bueno.
I want your help to get my permits. I am a vendor of food. I have been doing this for 5 years. I pay my taxes and do everything possible. I want to get my permit, and I also want to get my cart that is needed for vending food. That's all. ¿Tiene más comentarios, señora?
No, es todo. Solamente quiero agradecer para los que están ayudándonos y que todos los que estamos escuchando nos unamos para poder hacer todo esto posible durante esta pandemia con las órdenes de sanidad y todo.
Gracias. And
a ustedes.
I want to continue working with everyone to be able to come to a resolution. Thank you.
And the only thing that I would add, Commissioner Villegas and commissioners, to that testimony is that the caller, Ms. Gladys Garcia, was asking for assistance on getting the permits and getting the special cards to prevent from other citations to be issued in the future.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if you will, I'm just going to make a general statement to the rest of the callers, just in case that anybody missed. That was the last caller that I had on the queue, but we still had the original caller ending in 910, area code 323, that never responded. La última llamada para cualquier persona que está en la llamada del público, ambulantes que quieren hablar en el artículo número 6, la Comisión de Obras Públicas está considerando el artículo número 6. Por favor, oprime la estrella 9 si quiere probar o dar testimonio en este artículo. Gracias. Mr. President, I do have 1, 2, 3, 4 other new callers.
Let's hear them.
Great. We'll start with the first one. Vamos a seguir con el siguiente llamada. El número telefónico terminando en 550. Número 550 terminando en el número 550. Por favor, oprime el estrella 6 en su teléfono. Hola, buenos días. Por favor, diga su nombre.
Sí, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Pedro Varía.
Pedro, lo que le vamos a preguntar a usted es si, por favor, nos da su testimonio, 2 o 3 frases a la vez. Tome una pausa para darle la oportunidad a la comisionada Villegas para traducir lo que está diciendo. Le vamos a dar,
muchas gracias.
De nada. Le vamos a dar 2 minutos para hablar y dar su testimonio. Por favor, comience con su nombre y luego le vamos a dar 2 minutos.
Ok, mi nombre es Pedro Varías y soy un vendedor ambulante aquí en el área del Valle. También pues estoy llamando para que apoyen lo que es nos apoyen a todos los vendedores de diferentes áreas, ya que nosotros pues hemos estado siendo presionados, hostigados por salubridad, porque somos vendedores de comida y nos han exigido un permiso de comida que todavía pues no lo han podido dar, o sea, no es culpa de nosotros los vendedores. Y también un carrito específico para poder vender sobre las aceras es algo que se está trabajando, pero necesitamos el apoyo de la ciudad para que ese carrito también tenga un valor para que nosotros podamos poder trabajar con ellos, un valor que no sea tan alto.
Gracias. Hello, my name is Pedro Barrias. I am from the San Fernando Valley. He said the valley, so I just assumed it was the San Fernando Valley. I am a vendor. Please help us from different areas. We are punished for selling food, but the city does not have the proper permits nor the carts to be able to sell food. It is not our fault. We need a special cart to sell food, and the carts permits are expensive.
Las ciudades que han estado en contra de los vendedores ambulantes para que no puedan vender en las aceras, ahora están apoyando lo que es a los restaurantes, y los restaurantes están vendiendo en los espacios que nosotros, los vendedores ambulantes, deberíamos de estar vendiendo, y están ocupando más espacios que nosotros, los vendedores ambulantes. O sea, eso, pues nosotros también, pues, hemos estado siendo golpeados, porque cuando nos queremos poner en los lugares que hemos estado vendiendo, pues nos han presionado con llamar a la policía, llamar a la ciudad, y la verdad pues es cuando nosotros somos perseguidos por ellos y multados, y la verdad pues es algo que nosotros pedimos a la ciudad, el apoyo también para los vendedores, así como se lo están dando a los restaurantes, también a nosotros los vendedores ambulantes.
Okay, gracias. All right, I also want your help to be able to sell. We see that the city has helped restaurants and selling, and they sell on the sidewalk, and that is the area where we sell, or where we vend, and we get restaurants calling police, and we get citations, and we ask for your help, similar like you gave restaurants.
Y por último, también pedimos a la ciudad que nos apoyen lo que es como una comisaría para poder nosotros llevar nuestros carritos, preparar nuestros alimentos, una cocina industrial adecuadamente para vendedores ambulantes a bajo costo, que nosotros queremos trabajar legalmente y queremos aportar también a la economía. Gracias.
Gracias. We also ask for commissaries. We want to prepare our food. We'd like to see if, we'd like to have an industrial kitchen and want the city to help us. Gracias.
Gracias, señor Barrios. The only thing that I would add to Mr. Barrios' call, also Commissioner Villegas and Commissioners, is that Mr. Barrios indicated that they do get citations or calls from the health department asking for these food permits or the permits to be in compliance with the food vending. In addition to that, now with COVID, the restaurants that are now operating out in the streets or in the open spaces, that's the same space that the vendors used to operate from. So now they have to share that space, and they do get threats and harassments from the restaurant owners themselves. Great. Mr. President, I'm going to go on to the next caller. El siguiente llamador, el número telefónico terminando en 659, el número telefónico terminando en 659, por favor, oprime la estrella 6. Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días.
¿Su nombre, por favor?
Mi nombre es Rosa Miranda. Soy organizadora con la campaña de los vendedores ambulantes y trabajo para el colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Sí, señora Miranda, por favor, le vamos a dar 2 minutos para dar su testimonio en este artículo. La comisionada Villegas va a traducir para nosotros. Cada 2 o 3 frases o cada 15, 20 segundos, por favor, tome un pause para darle la oportunidad a la comisionada para traducir a la comisión hoy. ¿Está bien? Perfecto.
Sí,
comience con su nombre y, por favor, le vamos a dar 2 minutos. Gracias.
Mi nombre es Rosa Miranda, soy organizadora con la campaña de los vendedores ambulantes y trabajo para colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hi, my name is Rosa Miranda. I'm a community organizer and I work for the campaign Power Collective.
La razón de mi llamada es porque yo quiero hacerle un llamado a todos los concejales y en específico a esta comisión que escuchen a los vendedores. En todo el tiempo desde que se legalizó la campaña hemos argumentado y pedido que haya educación en infraestructura y no se ha dado.
The reason for my call today is I want to call to action and I want all the council and commissioners to please listen to the vendors. We need to ask for education in infrastructure.
Y una de las cosas en esta pandemia, lo que hemos vivido diariamente los organizadores y los vendedores, es que han sido una comunidad olvidada. No se les ha dado el apoyo como mascarillas, antibacteriales para que ellos se protejan a sí mismos y han sido una comunidad olvidada.
During this pandemic, vendors and organizations are a forgotten community. We don't have PPE, we have no masks and no, I'm drawing a blank for the liquid, the hand sanitizers, sorry.
Y lo que hemos pedido al BCS, hemos pedido a la ciudad es que no los criminalicen, no los persigan, y lo que hemos recibido en esta pandemia han sido perseguimientos, multas, y hemos abogado por un carrito y el carrito no existe. El carrito, al contrario, ¿verdad? Se les exige, pero cuando son para como negocios o restaurantes sí se les da toda la oportunidad, y eso lo vemos como una discriminación a nuestra comunidad más vulnerable, que son los vendedores ambulantes.
Gracias por su comentario. We ask for you not to criminalize vendors. We get citations. We are asking for, we are advocating for a cart, and there is none. Restaurants get a lot of help, and we don't, and we feel discriminated because of that.
Y lo que estamos pidiendo son carritos, comisarías, educación, permisos accesibles y sobre todo queremos que el permiso se extienda y que se les dé abogacía a los vendedores.
Gracias. We asked for carts, we asked for commissary, we asked for education, permits that are inexpensive, and we asked for an extension.
Queremos que realmente se le escuche y sobre todo que pare este hostigamiento y queremos distritos especiales para comunidades más vulnerables como lo que es el Boulevard de Hollywood. Queremos Exposition, queremos Alvarado, queremos en toda la ciudad que realmente haya un plan para hacer un distrito especial, ordenado, y los vendedores están dispuestos a trabajar con la ciudad y trabajar para que este programa sea un éxito. Y a lo que estamos mirando es que realmente es como una guerra para que fracase.
Gracias. Please listen to us, don't punish us. We are advocating we want special districts in Hollywood, Expo Park, Alvarado, and everywhere. Vendors want to work we want you to work with us, the vendors. And you are, the last comment that she made was that this is more of a war that we're losing. Is that paraphrased correctly, Fernando?
Yeah, I would say that, instead of a ward, I would say that...
I translated it literal, but I feel that she meant that we're spinning our wheels and we're not getting anywhere.
Right. And I think that my takeaway or my interpretation from this was that she wants to work with us and make this a successful program as opposed to going at odds.
Yes.
Or being at odds. Gracias, señora Miranda. Esos son sus 2 minutos. Vamos a seguir con el siguiente llamada. La llamada terminando en 772, número telefónico terminando 772. Por favor, oprime la estrella número 6. Perdón, estrella 6. Hola, buenos días. Por favor, ¿su nombre?
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Claudia Moreno.
Claudia, le vamos a permitir 2 minutos para hablar para dar su testimonio en el artículo número 6 a hoy. Cada 2 o 3 frases o cada 15, 20 segundos, por favor, tome un pause para dar la oportunidad para traducir lo que está diciendo. La comisionada Villegas va a traducir para usted.
Ok.
¿Está bien? Por favor, comience con sus 2 minutos. Por favor, comience con su nombre.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Claudia Moreno.
Good morning, my name is Claudia Moreno.
El programa Al Fresco no ayuda a nosotros los vendedores ambulantes. Seguimos siendo criminalizados.
The Al Fresco program is not helping the vendors and we continue being criminalized.
En diferentes ciudades no estamos siendo vistos de buena manera y están en nuestra contra.
In different areas. ¿Me lo permite, me lo dice otra vez, por favor? Perdón.
Sí, en diferentes áreas seguimos siendo criminalizados y seguimos siendo vistos en mala manera y en contra.
Okay. All right, in different areas we continue being criminalized and being persecuted.
Okay, deben de ser aprobados los permisos a bajo costo y necesitamos ayuda para los carritos de la venta ambulante.
We should have inexpensive permits and we need carts to be able to sell.
La Junta de Obras Públicas se tiene que comprometer a dar una extensión total hasta el próximo año. No queremos multas.
Public Works, we don't want any citations for the rest of the year.
Necesitamos espacios como comisarías, como propiedades comunitarias y cocinas vacantes.
We need commissaries, like in community centers or areas where we're allowed to take our vending carts.
Necesitamos carros y permisos de comida y educación.
We need carts and we need education outreach.
Esta pandemia nos ha dejado sin dinero y necesitamos ayuda.
This pandemic has left us with no money and we need help.
Ayuda para los carritos que sean aprobados por la ciudad.
We need help with permits for the special carts from the city.
Somos gente trabajadora que vinimos a trabajar, queremos pagar nuestras rentas y salir adelante y contribuir a la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
We are workers, we pay our rent, and we want to contribute to the economy of Los Angeles.
Pero para poderlo lograr necesitamos de toda la ayuda de los concejales, el BSS que no nos dé multas y necesitamos ayuda también con sanitizers, mascarillas y protección para todos los vendedores.
To do this, we need help from all the council, and we need help to be able to help us vend, and we need the proper PPE.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, we'll go on to the next caller. La siguiente llamada es el número telefónico 707, número telefónico terminando en 707. Por favor, opine estrella 6. Hola, buenos días. Por favor, su nombre.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Marlene Alvarado.
Señora Marlene Alvarado, le vamos a permitir 2 minutos para dar su testimonio en el artículo número 6. Por favor, cada 15 a 20 segundos o cada 2 o 3 frases, por favor, tome pausa para dar la oportunidad para traducir. La comisionada Villegas va a traducir para usted.
Ok.
¿Está bien? Por favor, le vamos a dar 2 minutos. Comience con su nombre, por favor.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Marlene Alvarado y soy una vendedora ambulante del Paseo de las Estrellas de Hollywood.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marlene Alvarado and I am a vendor from the Hollywood area.
Ok, esta mañana yo quería dar mi comentario y hablar sobre que el programa El Fresco no fue un programa inclusivo, porque las mismas banquetas que están usando los restaurantes para vender, en esa misma banqueta hace 8 días yo recibí un ticket de parte del BSS.
The program Al Fresco is not fair. They are able to use the sidewalk and that's where we vend.
La comunidad de vendedores ambulantes hemos sido una de las más afectadas en esta pandemia porque no tenemos recursos de nada que nos ayude. La mayoría no pudimos acceder a un estímulo económico ni a ninguna ayuda gubernamental.
The vending community is the most vulnerable during this pandemic.
Señora Alvarado, si puede hablar más cerquita al teléfono, por favor.
Y todos tenemos una familia, corremos un riesgo al salir a vender, corremos un riesgo de enfermarnos, de que nos den tickets, de que no vendamos, pero tenemos ese riesgo o el siguiente riesgo es que nos desalojen de nuestras casas.
We all have families and we risk working, and if we don't work, we will be removed from our homes.
Quiero pedirle a los concejales que paren el acosamiento del BSS en lo que resta del año, que nos ayuden a hacer un carrito que esté accesible para todos, porque los carritos que existen ahorita son inalcanzables, los permisos son demasiado caros, o sea, ellos nos dan ayuda, pero la ayuda que está no está en nuestras posibilidades.
Okay, gracias. Please stop with we ask all the council members and the commission to please stop the citations. Please create an accessible cart, and the permits are very expensive.
Quiero abogar porque las ventas de vendedores ambulantes sean distritos especiales, que no hayan áreas prohibidas, que sean distritos especiales.
I also want to advocate for special districts and do not prohibit those.
Que nos eduquen, porque muchos de nosotros, muchas veces el BSS llega y no te dice nada, solo te hace tu ticket. Que nos ayuden a educarnos, porque la mayoría necesitamos esto, educación. No estamos ahí porque estamos retando la ley, estamos ahí porque necesitamos trabajar y tenemos necesidad.
Gracias. 2 minutos.
Gracias. Okay, please help educate us. All we get are citations, and we are selling because we have a need.
Thank you, Commissioner. One thing that I would add, or actually 2 things that I would add, she did mention, Ms. Alvarado mentioned the alfresco program not being exclusive because there's restaurants that are using the same space, yet she's receiving citations in that same space that the restaurants are now operating in.
I'm sorry if I didn't say that. I did write it down.
Yeah, no worries. And in addition to that, there is a trade-off that they're risking with COVID, and that is the risk of getting COVID by providing the services or street vending versus the risk of losing their home. So it's a trade-off that they're calculating that risk on. Mr. President, that does clear out the queue. We do have one last caller that never responded, my apologies. Número telefónico, caller ending in 910. I'm just going to quickly ask about that caller, then we'll close the public comments. La última llamada es el número telefónico terminando en 910. Número telefónico terminando en 910. Por favor, oprime la estrella 6 a este instante. Última oportunidad para llamada 910, área código 323. Por favor, si quiere probar su testimonio en el artículo número 6, oprime la estrella 6. Mr. President, I think we've done everything we can for that caller 910. That clears the queue for any public comments on item number 6.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all of the callers for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all the participation of Streets LA as well. Let's open this up on the floor. Questions and comments for Streets LA. President Pro Tem Davis.
Can I make a quick comment first?
Sure.
I don't want to lose the callers that we have on the line right now. And I would like, if it is possible, for Streets LA to address some of these issues. And if you need me to translate, we should translate them.
Okay.
Is that possible, or should we just continue with questions from the commissioners and then let Streets LA answer?
Well, I think it'd be ideal to go ahead and see if there's some additional, if there are additional, I mean, I agree. I'd like to hear Streets LA respond to some of this, but I think we might as well get questions out on the floor, any additional questions from the commissioners, then we'll hand it over back to Streets LA. Is that okay with you?
Okay. That is fine. Would you permit me to say that in Spanish so we don't lose the callers? Yeah? Okay. Para toda la gente que nos está acompañando hoy para el tema sobre los carritos, vamos a estar tomando preguntas de los comisionados y luego el departamento que tiene jurisdicción sobre este tema va a responder. Si se pueden quedar en la línea para nomás oír. Gracias.
Okay, President Pro Tem Davis. You're on mute, Mike.
Thank you, President Good. A couple of observations and then a few questions. I saw that there are many things that I think are important. One is that the Streets LA did give us a 10-point plan in terms of how they have sought to structure some kind of work around resolving the issue. And I do hear in listening to both sides that there are some gaps that need to be addressed, and I will have some questions to do some inquiry about that. But what I've also observed is that we do have from the vendors areas where they would like to have some further exploration about getting certified or getting some action to further expand providing the vending that they do so that they will be approved in areas, you know, such as Hollywood, Exposition Park, and the Fashion District. And also I observed that there is some issue as it relates to PPEs, having them and then not having them. So I think that there is clearly a desire to make sure that we are in compliance. So I do have some questions for Streets LA. You did mention in prompt or item 7 of your presentation that there was some communication that we have as it relates to what we are doing with the County of Los Angeles. I think it's important to note that not only is this an issue that is regulated by the City of Los Angeles, it is also an area where the county has oversight as well. Certainly, and in particular, the Environmental Health Department of the County of Los Angeles has some jurisdictions and some involvement. So it's kind of a bifurcated area of responsibility in terms of how we manage this problem. So Streets LA, you mentioned in terms of item number 7 in which you presented, your communication with the county and what we're doing there. Could you just, because it's been some time since you've presented, could you just briefly paraphrase for me what it is that we are doing in item number 7 once again? And I apologize for not having taken copious notes when you initially presented.
Well, good morning, Commissioner Davis. This is Gary Harris.
Good morning, Gary. Thank you.
And to respond to your question, we have been working closely with the County of Los Angeles. The Bureau has initiated meetings between the vendors, their representatives, the County of Los Angeles, other advocacy groups, to explore issues not under our jurisdiction. And as you pointed out very well, a number of these things are regulated by California state law and enforced by the County of Los Angeles, so we have no actual jurisdiction over these issues. But we have made the effort to do outreach to work with our partners in these other agencies to seek their aid in trying to resolve these issues. But vendors have come to us. We understand how difficult it is to obtain a permit for the County of Los Angeles. So one of the issues that we meet monthly with the county about is ways to come up with plans for a simplified street park. And as was mentioned by the people who commented, they're correct. It is expensive now. Getting the permit is expensive. The actual cards are expensive. So the issues that we're trying to explore with the county is how we can work to decrease those costs, which of course are out of our control as a city, but we are working, in a way we're advocating for the vendors to try to help work with the county to arrive at a solution where we can come up with, hopefully, some type of standardized card plan that would be simpler and easier for the vendors to build and comply with, so that would help in controlling the cost. Of course, the county is looking at things in their jurisdiction about the cost of their inspections, their planned permit process, and how they can work with that if they were to come up with some kind of simplified cart plan for the vendors. And so we're monitoring that closely as that works through the county process. Hopefully, there will be a resolution at some point in the near future. But unfortunately, a lot of the things we're talking about here are not directly under the control of Streets LA or the City of Los Angeles.
Correct. And I appreciate you doing that because I remember your presentation some time ago. ask for us to have some more assertive advocacy in terms of a resolution to the problem. And I see that Streets LA has asserted itself to move in that direction. It is important for various governments in a multi-jurisdictional problem area to talk and communicate with each other, and I appreciate you doing that. That's important. At this point, I will say that it's time to increase the communication, and not necessarily from Streets LA alone, but then from some of our policy holders around the table. It is time for us to talk to Hilda Solis and other people on the County Board of Supervisors, because they have a role and they have a responsibility to be involved in this problem as it relates to the public policy that we're talking about. The other thing that we talked about in your presentation, Streets LA, was you talked about number 9, which was technical assistance. It was mentioned by several of our vendors that they would like to have more technical assistance, and obviously we, I guess, have some technical assistance. Could you paraphrase for me once again to my understanding what we're doing in terms of technical assistance to help vendors? And not, you don't have to go long, but you just need to refresh my memory. You've presented. I just need to be reminded one more time.
Well, one of the things we're doing, Commissioner, we're working with outreach providers. We have 4 days. Yeah. We have 4 outreach providers that we currently have on contract with the city. We're working with those providers to provide more extensive technical outreach to assist the vendors with navigating the entire system. And as they brought up, there are a lot of issues with permits that are not the city permit. In fact, our permit is the simplest of all the permits to obtain. It's generally a lot of assistance navigating the county system that is most problematic. So we're working with our outreach vendors to provide that type of assistance and that type of education to the vendors.
Now, who are these outreach vendors that we got, and how did we get them?
Oh, that was the talk.
Chief Harris, this is, you want me to speak to that, Chief?
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, hi, this is Martin Schlageter with Streets LA. I direct the external relations program for Streets LA. Mm-hmm. I wanted to both answer your question and add just a little bit more color to it. So when the vending program was created by council, it also established a pre-approved list of outreach vendors from community-based organizations that it had done a solicitation for. And so we had gone through a toss that went through the board earlier this year to initiate that. And so out of that came 4 outreach contractors from that pre-approved list that we work with. Since that time, we have come to the end of that contract period, and there is funding available in our budget to continue, and we hope to do another solicitation to be able to bring those up to 8 outreach contractors on board again. But that is currently in cost containment review. And so hopefully in the near
I need you to back the car up.
I
need you to back the car up just a little bit to the exit. Yeah. Now, how is it that we've concluded what we're going to do with regard to these vendors? Because this is the foundation of my inquiry, is these so-called vendors, based upon what I'm hearing on this motion from the vendors. They have raised the issue about technical assistance. What I have observed is that Streets LA has already addressed structurally providing technical assistance. Now, in breaking that down, it means we did so by hiring these so-called vendors. And there's some question that they're not getting technical assistance. So at this point, as a board member, my question is simply what kind of evaluation did we have on the performance of the technical assistance providers that we hired?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we did have reporting about the number of events and the number of outreach contacts that were made through our vendor partners. And in addition, the structural improvements that were discussed, that you discussed, Commissioner, is to build a set of materials that's now widely available, is available on our website, and those materials are made available for free, obviously, to any community partner who wishes to use them in 13 different languages. So we believe we have simplified instructions. The other structural element was to bring in the business source centers as a focal point of sort of personalized assistance. The challenge, as was just spoken to about continuing the partnership contracts, has also, that came from our budget constraints, has also hit the business source centers and limited their capacity. So while we have launched structural improvements and have made a lot of progress in terms of getting this information out, the ability to continue to do so that on a daily basis is constrained somewhat by our budget limitations, unfortunately, but we hope to be able to bring you some more information on that to be able to get some of those community partnerships at least kick-started or restarted, I should say.
Okay, you're concerned about community partnerships and you're concerned about a limited budget, but rather I'm concerned about, am I getting my money's worth from the contracts that I've already paid for these 4 technical assistant providers that we have already had an agreement with? What is the performance of those technical assistant providers? What specifically did they particularly do in the work that they have gotten paid for? And secondly, are we satisfied with their performance? Now, I asked the question because I was listening to what the vendors were saying. They were saying they wanted more technical assistance. I know Streets LA has hired 4 vendors to provide technical assistance. So I'm wondering, as a member of the Board of Public Works, why are they saying something about not potentially receiving quality technical assistance when we have an agreement with 4 vendors to do technical assistance? So while I understand that perhaps administrative staff has some concern about how much money we're allocating, as a board member for Public Works, I'm concerned rather about what it is that we're getting for the money that we've already paid. I'm kind of unclear about that. And I'm unclear about the performance of the individuals we hired in terms of their delivery, or maybe perhaps, I don't know if it was the lack of or not, technical assistance. So that's unanswered for me, and I'd love to, at an appropriate time, get a more detailed answer. And I know you don't know that I was going to ask the question right now, and that's okay. But I think we need to look at that in terms of what kind of technical assistance is being provided, because Street Services has put a structure in place. Number 9, technical assistance. And I want to make sure that technical assistance is being provided and that the vendors who are speaking to us are receiving it. So that's my observation there.
Yes, thank you very much. And we look forward to the chance to bring you back some further detailed metrics about what was accomplished in those in those contracts and in that outreach. And just acknowledge that while we do feel satisfied with the quality of work that was provided, the need continues.
I see. So you're saying that there is a population of individuals who may not have had access to the technical assistance that we have been providing. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's less a question of access than an opportunity to have gone through the process themselves successfully.
I see.
And so, yes, there's still a need to do that. There's many, many more vendors that are out there that have not yet gone through the process successfully. And some of that certainly is, the uncertainty that hit the marketplace that delayed people's, ability to get into the system. But I think it's an ongoing, it's an ongoing need.
Okay, well, that will lead me then, Gary, to my other inquiry, which is around our 10th objective that we discussed in our motion before the board here today, has to do with providing multiple languages. And as you said, that there perhaps might be some challenge with regard to vendors going through the entire process, I would want to know if perhaps communication had anything to do with that We certainly are in a multicultural city, and we have many in multiple languages. To what degree, when we say multiple languages, what did we do? Can you just summarize that for me very briefly? I'm not asking for a long lot of details. Help me understand. Help me understand what we did.
Sure. Let me defer to David on that. That was has the information. This is Chief David Rivera.
On the languages, all the forms that we have, all the vendor information has been translated into 13 different languages. And as my staff goes out and addresses the vendors, they will provide those pamphlets and outreach items to the vendors.
Now, in addition to Spanish, what are some of the other languages that we, Spanish, Korean, what else?
Chinese, I believe it's Russian, Tagalog.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Okay. So I would think that that's critically important when we talk about these other areas that I mentioned in terms of performance of technical assistance. And of course, we've got to increase our communication with the county at the policy level at this point, because we have done, I think, what's been requested of you from the Board of Public Works. We asked you to communicate with the county, and you did. And we still have a county problem. So now we need to go to the Board of Supervisors and have a discussion with them about this so that people can be clear that street services as a city administrative unit has asserted itself appropriately, has responded to its governing body, which is us, the Board of Public Works. The last time you came, I asked you to do that, and you did. Now, my other remaining issue is this. PPEs. We have said that many of the vendors don't have it. The vendors have said that there are companies that are selling PPEs that have been told that they can't do it. They can't sell PPEs. I guess they have to have a permit for selling as well, appropriately. I guess that's the issue. So my concern is, what are we doing about PPEs? I see that it might have some impact on what we're doing, given the COVID-19 environment. Can you just tell me what the main issue is on PPEs and the delivery there, and how do we deal with that issue?
I want to make one clarification, Commissioner. I noticed it was said that people were told they couldn't sell PPEs without a permit, and I don't think that was entirely correct. Initially, when we started our enforcement after COVID, we did tell people that they needed to get a permit, but we didn't stop them from selling PPEs. What we did stop was counterfeit PPE. What we had a lot of, especially after the beginning of COVID, was these N95 masks that were counterfeit. And so we went out, we did go out and try to remove as much as we could the counterfeit or harmful PPE from the city street sales to protect the public, because that
That's correct. That is correct. That's correct. Mm-hmm. That is very important, and quite frankly, everybody is going to have to come to the table on PPEs. This is an issue that is a matter of life and death, and the citizens of Los Angeles expect for you to have a rigorous process as it relates to PPEs, because the last thing we want to do is to have a situation where we have a contaminated environment and we fail to act. Certainly the governor and the mayor have done their responses in terms of policy and asking us to do certain things. But at your level, Gary, and at the level of street services, you all are, as administrators, the actors who have to create the change. So we have to support your effort to make sure that there are PPEs there. That's critically important, and there is no substitute for that. That simply has to be done. So I will just say that I don't finally want to create an environment where vendors are having to challenge and be threatened by restaurant owners. And what have we done in terms of this problem that we seemingly have a conflict in terms of areas where we can have vending? How do we prevent any unnecessary conflict as it relates to, if you own this place, well, I guess it's public property though in the front, but how do we deal with operationally preventing a structural area of conflict between vendors and restaurant owners? How can we do that? It appears to me that we can do something to make sure that they are not in conflict's way.
Well, Commissioner, the current fresco program does permit permitted vendors to participate in al fresco. So a vendor who has both the city and county permits can be in an al fresco location. That's already permitted. The biggest problem we're having is non-permitted vendors wanting to be in an al fresco location. And so unfortunately, without the lack of a permit, they're not even supposed to permit in a non-al fresco area. And
so then that goes back to our further communication with the county, because the county is preventing them from being certified in the ways that we need them to be. Is that what's happening?
Correct.
That's correct. So it goes back. So we need to do some work, Mr. President, as I see it, in communicating with the policy makers of the County Board of Supervisors, because our folk in street services have asserted themselves to communicate at the administrative level. But it appears to me, and Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, that it is a policy issue with the board, who also has oversight specifically as to if a person will be certified or not, even though we regulate it at the street level. It is at the policy level that will prevent or create an opportunity for them to be certified, and we want them to be certified. That's why we're communicating with the county. But we need to step up our communication with the policymakers on the Board of Supervisors. So I just want to conclude that Street Services has put a structure in place, and I do hear the vendors that there are more things that need to be done. I would like to have more clear indication of these vendors that we hired, just what it is that they were doing in terms of developing and providing technical assistance, and that our language, multiple languages that we have, are effective so that people can understand, and as a result of that can communicate effectively with us so that they can get all of the services that we need to give them. I think when we are successful with the County Board of Supervisors in talking to the policymakers, we can help close the gap in helping to provide better service for our vendors. So thank you for this time.
So thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Just as a couple of points of clarification, I would stress that there's actually, I believe, even a working group that is pretty regular with the county. I think that it's important to note that while we can always be improving our work with the county also faces restraints that are informed in part by state legislation and regulations, particularly as it relates to health codes around carts, is my understanding. Is that a fair assessment, Commissioner Villegas?
Yes, that is accurate. And just so Commissioner Davis knows, the working group that we do have with the county was via a motion by Supervisor Solis directing Public Health, Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, LA County Public Works, Parks and Recreation to all meet regularly and include City of Los Angeles family, including Streets LA, to be a part of this, because there are so many issues that need to be addressed.
Well, then let's kick it up then. As a former legislator, let's go to the state legislature.
We are not there. We are right now. We may be not there in terms of, and my apologies for interrupting you. We just need, and we are working with our City of Los Angeles legislative advocate in Sacramento to see which specific code we're going to look at to be able to do just that, Commissioner.
Okay, so as a former legislator then, and having spoken to you and having heard you, I would like to see us get a state bill that will allow us to close the gap on how we can create policy that will allow vendors to be legal, so that then our county supervisors can implement the policies in ways that will help make them operable, because they are seeking to be so. And if county can't do it, then let's go to the state legislature. Let's let our legislators create us a bill that will allow us to do this, because we're spinning our wheels. And
it's for parity, Commissioner Davis. Just know that the legislation that was done, starting at the beginning, the legislation that was done in 2019 and took place in 2020, it simply decriminalized our street vending. Okay, there was no need to be able to continue on that path because it's destructive. It didn't put any sorts of parameters on vending. It didn't put any parameters on commissaries. Street vendors don't know where to put their little carts at the day's end. Our food trucks have commissaries. Our food trucks have locations of where they can go to put their food trucks in. This piece of legislation was not clarified. It only decriminalized street vending. Because of that, we are working hand in hand with LA County, and all of these issues are being placed at the forefront. They're all bubbling up because we have such an intersection with street vending where we want to be able to help them. Now, when we have, Streets LA going out to vendors, we are giving them, it's not a citation, but rather we are communicating with them what they need to do. These are not citations. That's from our side. What is most confusing for a street vendor is that public health is also out there citing. And as a vendor, I don't know who is public health and I don't know who's Streets LA. And those things need to be rectified. Those things need to be communicated to this, coalitions so that they have more education on all of this. And when we communicate with LA County Public Health, we have voiced this concern with them. So I just don't want us to be, perhaps it is my 17 years of working with LA County. I don't want it to be combative, but more as a joint force, because together we're more powerful than just being butting heads with one another. But I tell you, this process has been very iterative, and it's been very demonstrative for us to see what kinds of lessons learned and what action we need to get done quickly. Mind you, even if we do have legislation, we may need to get it done on an emergency level, because legislation, as you very well know, it's a year, and that process won't get into effect until 2022. So those are all issues that we are thinking about and considering and discussing as we speak now.
Yeah, if we have to talk to the speaker, then we just have to talk to the speaker to do that.
Yeah. Last thing that I do want to say is, and I want to commend our Streets LA staff for this, because they are a team of about anywhere between 12 to 20. Excuse me for not knowing the exact number, but our Streets LA staff, they have a memorandum of understanding with LAPD to be able, and not for any kind of criminalization. They only have LAPD has given them the authority to be able to go out to the public in uniform so that they're able to do education. This is not what our intent is basically to do education using our Streets LA staff, and not with when I say uniform, it's a polo, it's probably khakis sometimes, or black pants. It's not like LAPD uniform. But I would like for the public to know that if you see them, these are Streets LA staff that are just able to give education. And I want to be able to at least say that in the motion that Supervisor Solis carried about 3 weeks ago, just because there was many meetings that took place before she did this motion, they like the program that the City of Los Angeles has, because in other jurisdictions, and please know that as a vendor, they don't know which jurisdictions sometimes they are crossing. So vendors, in some jurisdictions, they may get pulled over, or they may get, just like the sheriffs, for example, handle unincorporated LA County. And so they would like to emulate the similar program that Streets LA has and have their lay staff who are given this authority like we do with LAPD, just from the sheriff's point of view, and give it to LA County Public Works. And that is something that they are emulating now, that they're looking at now. And that's work that Streets LA has done for the last 14 years since the Villaraigosa administration. Just for clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. One quick question for Martin, David, Chief Harris. Approximately how many vendors are there in LA County?
Permitted vendors?
Period.
Probably about 12,000.
12,000? And we went, we just passed an ordinance, the City Council just passed an ordinance last year to actually begin to regulate this, right?
Right. Well, it started in January of 2020. It became codified.
Right. So I do think it's important that we not come out of this with sort of a lack of clarity on the scope of what we're talking about here. We're less than a year into implementation on a massively complex endeavor. And respectfully, President Pro Tem Davis, I think it's inaccurate to characterize this as spinning our wheels. I think there's an enormous amount of work going in, and I think there's real progress on what is an incredibly complex and, by the way, very costly, an extraordinarily costly enterprise that is happening in the midst of a financial apocalypse. And so I do think that it's important to recognize that there's an incredible amount of work happening right here. Vice President Garcia, any questions or comments?
Thank you, President Good, and yes, I do. And Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Villegas for this rich conversation. I'm gonna try to stick with what we, the city, are kind of over and what we can actually make changes over, because I know we just had there's a lot of work being done in many levels at this point. So from the callers from today, the consistent message that I heard was help with the carts, education, and the cross-section between alfresco and the street vending that's happening. And so that was kind of the consistent message that I heard from all the callers. And so I want to just get some clarification, not only for us, but I want to get clarification for the folks hearing us and for whoever gets this information after or now. But Chief Rivera and Chief Harris, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your work and your work out in the street as well. This is a big change from last time that you guys were here. I think it was back in June, and we had another fruitful conversation back then. And so I just want to say thank you for hearing us and for hearing some of these. For example, deferring the payment of this year, we're no longer doing that. That was very nice, very good to do that. I mean, obviously we're still in the pandemic, and back in June we didn't know that October, November was going to come around, and we're still in it. So thank you for projecting that. I just want to say that. But I do have a couple of questions. Did you want to say something, Chief Harris or Chief David Rivera?
No, we just said thank you.
Can you explain to us what our role in obtaining carts? What is our role as the city in regards to the cart situation?
Normally we'd have no role, but in this case we're trying to work with the county to provide a pathway for an affordable cart for the vendors. That's generally totally under the jurisdiction of the county public health department of the health issue. They do the licensing, permitting, the inspection, approval. So the city, we as an entity, as a city, we only permit vendors. So we permit the actual operators of vendors, whether they're food or merchandise or anything else that's going to be sold on our sidewalk. We permit the vendor themselves. The other equipment may fall under a number of other agencies. In this particular case, the food vendors, that all falls under the health department.
So, technically, I don't want to sound like mean or anything like that, so I apologize for that. So we in the city, including the council, we do not have a say in the carts, right? We can't help with that, or can we? Like financially or designing or approving them, anything like that?
Well, obviously the policymakers could grant financial aid if they so desire. But from a legal perspective, as far as the authority over the approval or the design, no, the city has no jurisdiction there.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear because I think part of the education process that BSS has with these partnerships, and I'm going to get to that because I think Commissioner Davis had a really good point with that, is that we educate our vending community who has what role and what jurisdiction. Because what I heard Constance here is about the carts, but technically we at the Board of Public Works or the city cannot really do anything about carts, right?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make that absolutely clear. So, Martin, as we move forward in contracting other outreach partners, we need to make this an education that we, the city, do not have, we can help, we can support, we can do, but we do not have the jurisdiction to make any changes or approve or bring or pay or anything like that on carts. If I'm wrong on that, then I apologize, but I just want to make sure that we are clear on that, and that is part of the education so that our vending community knows exactly who to advocate this to, and that they don't, I'm going to say this, President Good, but they don't spin their wheels in the wrong directions, and that their time, because their time is precious, their time is limited, as we know this, that they go to the right people at the right, for the right things. So I want to make sure that that goes part of the outreach contract or whatever we're calling it. Secondly, I know that back in when Alfresco was coming into place, we at the board asked if you can please make an assessment that there isn't any crossing of vendor permits. For example, we already know those that we permitted and where they're going to be because we assigned them a street vending space. So what we asked back then was that as Alfresco was going to roll out and you were going to give permits to restaurants, can you double check and cross check whether a street vending permit was given in that same area? And I hope that happened because I know that we asked for that in June. And if it didn't, then we need to provide a report where you cross-check on those street vendors' license that we at the city, BSS, provided with the Alfresco new current permits, and if they cross. Because if it is, we are causing part of the problem, and we want to make sure we stop that. And so can we please make a report or cross-check anywhere that there's any crossing of permits? And I know we set this back in June as a board, so I'm really concerned that we're causing infighting between restaurant and street vendors. I mean, I knew that was going to come already because that happens when there were the street vendors already, but the fact that we are causing it will be an issue. So I just want to make sure that we're not. And so can you please provide us or me, if anything, a report where our street vendors are at and where are our Alfresco permits given at? And I hope that we don't have any crossing of that. And
I could answer that question for you. Our permits are not site-specific, so the current permits issued by the city are not for a particular location. A vendor who obtains a permit can vend anywhere in the city as long as their vending location fits within the guidelines issued by the Board of Public Works. So there are no location-specific permits for sidewalking.
That's an issue, Chief Harris, and I appreciate that because I think that's a real issue as well. Then we're not being just with our restaurant owners, with our brick-and-mortar restaurant owners, because if we're just letting any vendor stake out anywhere, they're going to stake out in front of a restaurant, and that's not fair for our restaurant owners either. Right. So I think we really need to look at the situation and get some guidelines in on being fair to restaurant owners and to vendors, because we shouldn't be letting vendors also place wherever they want. Because a lot of vendors, and this is the fight that the restaurant owners have, is that in front of their door, there's a vendor selling the same thing, and then, the same thing at a cheaper price because they could. And so I think as a department, we need to look at where we're providing these, and, I know that it's going to take longer than just this board, and we probably have to go to council about where vendors can sit and, vend and so forth, but we have to look at something because I think one of the callers said that we'll cause a war out there, and unfortunately, that is something that the restaurant association's upset about and the street vendors are upset about. So we need to look at that. And I'm not saying we have the answer today, but I'm just saying we should look at it.
Okay.
And then, hold on, I'm not done. Not more. I got two more things. Education, and the other part of it, and Commissioner Davis touched on this too. You said that the callers came in and asking for education and technical assistance. Martin explained the partners and whoever the contractors we use to provide partnerships out to our vendors. However, President Good asked that how many about vendors do we have out there? And you guys said about an estimate of 12,000. Yet in the report, it says that we provided 9 webinars with a total attendance of 1,186. That's nowhere near 12,000. So we need to reassess our education efforts. The Mexican consulate is a great partner, but they're not the only Mexicans, with all due respect, are not the only ones that are out there vending. I'm Central American, and I know for a fact there's a lot of Central American vending as well. So we need to make other partnerships. We need to increase our partnerships. And we need to reassess whether webinars are the right, appropriate way to reach our vending community. We just need to reassess that situation since we're going to re-partner with them. And I know I said this already, Martin, but part of the education really has to be what is the role of the city, what is the role of the county, separated, what is the role of the state when it comes to this? Because one of the things that really, again, I'll say it again, it concerns me a lot, is that our folks are limited with time. There's a lot of pressure with them, and yet they're calling to places that we really can't do any, we can't help them really with their cart. We can provide support, educate, but we're not the body that makes that decision. But we need to educate our vending community the right way. How to navigate this monster government system that we have. When it comes to the county, when it comes to the city, when it comes to the state. Since we started this path, then we really need to educate our folks. So I'm going to put that on you, Martin.
Commissioner, I welcome that, and I just want to assure you and others that we have a monthly dialogue with the street vendor community and advocates, as well as our city partners and county partners, to come together to talk about these various issues and how the development of the program is going. And so we are in communication, direct communication, and with both the street vending campaign leadership and other community organizations, as well as all of our vending partners and city and agency partners. So we're going to continue to be bringing all of these issues to that dialogue so that people know who's responsible for what and what sort of progress is being made on the problems that have been identified. Things like the hotline that was mentioned, things like this subcommittee have all come out of the feedback that we've gotten, concerns, priorities that we've gotten through that stakeholder dialogue, and we've helped connect those advocates and the organizations that represent the vending community into this larger dialogue, both with the county and on other items. So we're going to continue that, and I welcome your appeals in that regard.
Thank you, Martin. Actually, I do have to say congratulate you on that hotline. I think that's a great idea, and I'm happy that that's being implemented. So on that front, I'm okay. I think, I know you said on the program development, but what I'm saying is the education needs to also happen on the navigation of the government entities. Maybe creating a flow chart. Maybe I am a vendor for the first time, and what do I do? Those are the kind in Spanish and English and all the different.
Yes.
But
we do have that flow chart in the 13 different languages, but I agree with you. It's about iterating that, improving that, continuing to get that message out, given the broad audience that we have to.
And exactly, because we were able to reach 1,186, and overall that's a really good number. And anything else, I would be very happy that 1,000 people attended 9 webinars. But given the fact that we have about 12,000 vendors out in the community, that's not such a great thing. So we need to.
And that is just the webinars, and as indicated previously, we can talk about the other outreach that we've done and the business source centers have done. So I think that was a successful in terms of sort of transitioning to our online world, but there's definitely more that we have done and more that we want to do and are hopeful to be able to bring you, if it gets through the cost containment process, some more of that partnership with our vending partners.
Oh, yes, I definitely agree. And please take in consideration including other consulates as well. And then my last one goes back to Chief Harris and Chief Rivera. Within our jurisdiction as a city, what makes a vendor out of compliance?
The failure to comply with the various rules in Los Angeles Municipal Code 4213, or the failure to have the appropriate permits from any agency required for vending them, rather.
So just for my knowledge, Chief Harris, we ask to see their county permits?
If they are vending food, yes. A city permit is not valid without a valid, it has to have all of the other empowering permits. So if you're doing an activity that requires a county permit, yes.
So we, the city, go out and see if they have county permits. And then the county also has their own enforcement group?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Our enforcement is separate and apart from the counties in that we don't confiscate and we are not issuing $1,000 misdemeanor citations for not having a county permit. When we issue a certificate, at the most we can issue would be an A citation, and that would be the failure to have all the proper permits. But it is not a criminal citation like the county. When the county issues a citation for failure to have the county health permit, that is a misdemeanor. So it's a difference in the enforcement from the county to the city.
Thank you, Chief Harris, for that explanation. And Martin, that should also be part of the education process. What do we cite and what does the county cite? Because there's a difference there. People get, our street vendors are mad at our BSS team, but they're not the ones confiscating or citing $1,000 tickets. So I think there needs to be an education on who cites what and what our team is out there for. Our team is out there for education purposes, making sure their street vendors know what they're doing. And this is definitely my last question, my last point. Chief Harris and Chief Rivera, what is your biggest challenge right now?
Personnel. I mean, short of that, which I know every city department's biggest challenge, but for us, it's a huge challenge because as we go into this bid program, we anticipate running a 40% vacancy rate in this particular program, which is already understaffed. So our ability to meet the demand and be where we need to be is challenged. We're doing the best we can. We're deploying staff on very flexible schedules so that we can maximize their time in the field. We have staff out 7 days a week, even with the reduced numbers that we have. So again, for us, though, our biggest challenge, and we know we share this with all of our colleagues in the city, is personnel.
You have an army of how much, Chief Rivera or Chief Harris?
The ones that are handling the vending program, I have 13 that handle citywide.
13 citywide. Okay.
Yeah, citywide.
That's something that we also need to educate our vending community. 13 for the whole city. It's almost I don't even know, less than 1% probably to be able to handle the situation. So I just want to make it clear. I guess my final point is we need to educate our community on how and who and when and where most effective advocating works. I'm very happy that they came here and shared their experiences and their thoughts and their issues and concerns that they have out in the street, but there seems to be a gap in knowledge, and I hope that as a city we can help ease that gap. So I will leave that as is. I just wanted to commend also the work that you guys are doing out there, and also how do we make it less of an issue out in the community, in the street, for all of our street vendors? Because obviously they're going through a hard time right now, and the most easy or smooth way that we can provide information to them would be the best thing. And now I'll close with that. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. All right. Chief Harris, Chief Rivera, Martin, anything y'all would like to add relative to the public comment we heard before from the vendor community and from our commissioners?
President Good, this is Gary Harris. I would like to clarify a couple of things we heard during the public comment. There were a number of issues brought up about the citations and where people were receiving citations. And one of the points I did want to make sure people understood the difference. A number of the areas like Exposition Park are not in the jurisdiction of the city of Los Angeles. In fact, the citations being issued there by state officers who work for the state property there, they have a much stricter vending policy than the city of Los Angeles on state property. And so a number of those issues that we received complaints about in certain places, the officers who are actually issuing the citations, they're not from Streets LA. And it can be somewhat confusing since everybody has khakis and polos now, all of the agencies out there, such as the USC public safety people over there also who write citations. And, unfortunately, sometimes we're confused with a bunch of these other groups, and including the county. We have a number of notice of violations that we wrote. We looked at our stats for the last 3 months. What are we doing, like 800 notices of violations over the last 3 months that we wrote. Those have no penalty. They have no fine. They're more or less just an advisory notice that we give out to vendors. It's a further part of our education work where we've gone out and given people the information, and now we've memorialized the fact that we've given you this information. So there are not a huge number of actual citations coming out of Streets LA anymore during this time than before this time, because our primary emphasis has always been education. And so I just wanted to make sure we clarified that, and hopefully the vendor community understands that our primary goal right now is to try to work with them, and we understand the pressures and the hardships they endure during this pandemic. And so our goal is not to make it any harder. We hope we can work with them to make it easier.
You said 800 plus?
About 800, almost 800 notices of violations that we just last 3 months.
Great. Okay, thank you. That you actually just hit my main question, was about citations. All right. Thank you again to the vending community for coming in and providing really great seeds for a great conversation. I don't have any additional questions. I think Streets LA has answered most of them, and so I would entertain a motion to receive and file this item, this report.
Before we do that, President Good, can I just communicate out to those that are still on the line in
yes.
In Spanish?
Yes.
I think we still have some of them. Buenas tardes. Nomás quería poder comunicar todo lo que habíamos hablado ahorita en inglés para que ustedes también sepan de qué temas estamos hablando. Es sobre vendimiento que tenemos aquí en Los Ángeles. Y clarificamos muchas cosas aquí en esta conversación de parte de la ciudad y de parte del condado. Ustedes están ahorita comunicándose con la ciudad de Los Ángeles y tenemos mucho trabajo que hacer también para poder comunicar con ustedes como una asociación de vendedores. Pero por favor, nos vamos a estar en comunicación con la organización que los invitó para esta conversación hoy. También pudimos comunicar los temas de lo que permite el condado y lo que permite la ciudad. La ciudad no permite los carritos. Todo eso es sobre la jurisdicción del condado de Los Ángeles, pero es información que ustedes también deben de tener. Aquí se los estoy comunicando yo, pero también con más paciencia podemos tener esas conversaciones con ustedes. También discutimos o hablamos sobre la información de los personal de la ciudad que va a hacer, ustedes están diciendo que los multamos y les damos muchas infracciones, ¿verdad? Para estar vendiendo. La gente que está de la ciudad de Los Ángeles son gente que trabaja por la ciudad. No están dando infracciones con multas ni que tengan, ni que requieran pago. Esta información también se la vamos a comunicar con más detalle con su asociación. Pero quiero que también sepan que hay otras jurisdicciones que también van y vigilan a toda la gente que también vende en la ciudad, en el condado de Los Ángeles o en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Y esos son temas que también vamos a estar hablando porque el Departamento de Salud también da multas. Esos sí requieren pago. Y también el Estado también da infracciones o multas y esos también requieren pago. Esos son los temas que también vamos a estar hablando con ustedes para que ustedes también sepan exactamente qué es la jurisdicción de la ciudad de Los Ángeles y de otros departamentos. Hablamos sobre muchos temas aquí, pero con más paciencia también podemos hablar con ustedes en más detalle con ustedes y darle más información. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. All right, and thank you all for the participation in this conversation. Do I have a motion to receive and file the item?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Villegas to move, receive, and file. I have a second from Commissioner Davis, or President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Vice President Garcia?
No objections.
All right, thank you everybody very much. The item is received and filed forthwith. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for 10 minutes. I will see you back here at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Chief Rivera. Thank you, Chief Harris. Thank you, everyone from the vending community. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, President Good, for that break.
I have to do Granicus as well. Okay, Mr. President, we are now in record mode. I can establish quorum again once you are ready.
I'm ready.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr.
President Garcia. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, reestablishing quorum for 1:03 p.m. So we have President Good, we have Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioner Villegas. President Good, you do have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's get it on. I'd like to move to item number 5 on the agenda, please. And item number 5 is amendment number 1 to task order solicitation number 85 and budget increase Tetra Tech, Inc. Recommending the board, 1, authorize the director of the Bureau of Sanitation or designee to issue amendment number 1 to TOS SN-85 to Tetra Tech, Inc., increasing the budget from $2 million to $3 million to continue to fund stakeholder outreach and community engagement efforts for wastewater capital improvement projects. The term of engagement remains the same. Christopher DeMondren is here with us to report on this. As a quick caveat, this item, if approved, will be subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Go ahead, Christopher, and I think Tanya is here as well with him.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, President Good. Commissioners, thank you. Yes, I will be presenting this afternoon on the TOS SN-85, amendment number 1. Tanya Durrell will also be presenting. I actually have a presentation, so I will share my screen. Okay. All right. My name is Krista Monbrin. I'm with LA Sanitation with Wastewater Engineering Services Division. I handle the contract management component of the TOS SN85, the Community Involvement and Project Mitigation contract. Tanya?
Hi there. Good afternoon, President Good and distinguished panel. Tanya Durrell, Public Information Director, LA Sanitation and Environment, and I manage the Clean Water Outreach Program.
Both Tanya and I work together on this program. She is the person who facilitates the community outreach efforts, and I'm the person who facilitates all of the contract components. So with that, provide you with a brief overview. So we're going to go over the background of the project, the program efforts, the individuals who are engaged with, and then actually how they are engaged, the impact of the outreach, and then also the need for the continued engagement. So a brief background. In 2018, Tetra Tech was selected for a number of reasons. They were selected because they themselves are subject matter experts in the field of communications and also technical experts in the field of wastewater and wastewater conveyance. There are quite a few constituents throughout the entire city of Los Angeles that are concerned about the wastewater and stormwater programs, and having subject matter experts is pivotal for ensuring that the correct information is conveyed to them. Tetra Tech was also chosen because of their sub-consultant team. They actually are very diverse in both gender and ethnicity. And on July 25th, the notice to proceed for Tetra Tech was issued. And at that time, we told them to move forward with outreach as necessary. And it turned out that it was actually very necessary. There were quite a few very high-profile projects that needed to be addressed immediately. And at that time, when we initially put together this TOS, we did not realize that the demand would be so high for these high-profile projects. And as a result, the utilization of the funding took place at a greater rate than we had expected. So currently, the funding that we have will be exhausted in early 2021. And as a result, we are kindly requesting additional funding of $1 million to maintain this engagement. Tanya?
Thank you. I think it's important to note that your conversations on mostly all of the items you took up this morning focused on the need for outreach, and this isn't any different. This outreach is really critical to the citizens and residents of Los Angeles. My team really puts together very specialized and strategized outreach, and we base this on knowing the communities that we're in. And this outreach is really for every community across the city of Los Angeles. Every council district, what we do before a project is started is we brief the council office, we meet with them, we identify the key stakeholders in those communities, and then we engage with those folks and we build those relationships. So it is, as I said, an essential undertaking to really develop those relationships and really approach it with a specialized outreach technique so that we are utilizing so that we're not giving a cookie cutter approach, but we are basing our outreach on the needs of the communities. And that means ensuring a smooth construction process along the way. My team is responsible for making sure that people know what is going on with construction in terms of sewer projects, what the schedules are, what the impacts will be. In addition, our team is available 24/7. If people have complaints, those complaints typically go to Sanitation's 800 number, and then they are funneled down to one of my team members. And these people, the team, you know, they're very flexible in terms of availability. People don't really complain only between the hours of 8 to 5. you may have an odor complaint that comes in at 10 p.m. and oftentimes our folks receive those complaints and converse with the constituent right away. Next. And so I alluded to how we approach our outreach. It's really very strategized, but we really do very basic grassroots outreach as well. We do door-to-door canvassing so that people know before we start up in their communities where the construction is taking place, what the impacts will be. They will have the information on hand to refer to. So we, even during this time of stay-at-home or safer-at-home orders, we are still canvassing. We're utilizing, obviously, safety protocols so that we are doing the appropriate distancing from folks, but it's essential that they get the information. So we also do construction emails. Since the pandemic, we've utilized something called Constant Contact, and that has been very effective in reaching our constituents about our projects. We hold quarterly briefings. We have used Nextdoor, Facebook, and all kinds of other social media platforms. We also go out into the community and set up kiosks for projects that are very large, like our Venice Dual Force Main project that has so many impacts. We go to the community so that we can set up a table and say, come to us, what are your questions? How can we resolve your complaints? So we're right there, and we do that frequently throughout projects with large impacts. We have banners across the city informing people how to reach us. And as I alluded to earlier, people call the 24-hour customer care call center if they have concerns. And what is really essential, what is really the crux of this outreach is we form those personal one-on-one relationships with our constituents. We also, the team is also responsible for helping me pull together project milestone events. President Good, I think you're pictured there along with Commissioner Garcia at the groundbreaking of the North Hollywood conveyance facility a few weeks back. And this is, I'm sorry, yes, Calosa, sorry. And this is important. It's not just, we're putting together celebrations for the sake of celebrating. It's important to show the constituents across the city where we are in terms of these important capital improvement projects that we're breaking ground or that we finished. And then we invite those key stakeholders oftentimes when we're not in the throes of a pandemic, we invite them to join us in marking these milestones. So this also is a big part of this contract and how the team helps me to plan such events. And here we're listing some of our key project partners. Obviously, we work very closely with the board, LA SAN, executive team, DOE, ConAd, the council office. Council offices. I can't stress how important it is to work so closely with them ahead of these big projects and get their buy-in and make sure they understand what the impacts are. Neighborhood councils, area residents, business owners, local media. Oftentimes, if some of our projects have closures of major streets, we will issue an advisory, and those are picked up with local media. Community organizations, schools, churches, and civic groups. And some of the projects that really are major and have large impacts and require a lot of strategized and specialized, outreach include the Venice Dual Force Main project. President Good, I know that you're familiar with that project and all of the impacts it's had for the last several years. Cochran Adams Relief Project, North Outfall Rehab Units 12 and 13, and I would even put Unit 28. And this is probably one of the reasons that we sort of ran out of money was this North Outfall outreach requirement. There are so many projects that have taken place that we hadn't really anticipated, and many more coming down the pipe. One is NOS 10, which is planned for the downtown area, and it will affect San Antonio Winery. And so we've started those communications early on. That project will probably get underway in another year and a half. But again, the NOS is really taking a lot of effort in terms of outreach. We also utilize the team to handle the DARS and the Banks Court Sewer Project, which was something that just finished up for CD1. They were very, very happy with our outreach, and they got a lot of positive feedback.
So on that note, we actually wanted to take a moment to share with you how this outreach actually impacted the community. And while there are quite a few complaints that have occurred, we do actually receive positive feedback and positive comments. And a lot of times we all talk about the negative things, but these are big projects that had positive responses from people. We just felt it was necessary to actually show you that constituents really were thinking positively about these efforts, and that they're like people like Danielle who were pivotal in ensuring that they actually did take place. So as you can see, thank you both for following up and having the generator turned off last night. I appreciate it. I'm sure my immediate neighbors do as well, and commenting about how it's very challenging, and like appreciating that the outreach team is actually listening. So we just have a few more examples of this. So Olga, she is actually complimented by residents, by one of the residents, and quite more than just once, but she's also complimented by the council district as well. So it's not just the residents, it's also the council members, because in the council members' offices, because I'm sure that they also get feedback that is not positive. But we just want to make sure that it's actually known that this actually impacts the community positively. And then Allison Arnold has also been pivotal in ensuring the North Alpulser Emergency Repair Project. That was performed, and they were just glowing about how quickly she responded and how the team responded. And then also with Banks Court. Banks Court is a very good example about how there was outreach done for an entire community, and that they were all got on the same page, and Allison was pivotal in that. We just wanted to actually show you that it's residents and the community, or the council members as well, the council members' offices as well, that actually think very highly of this program. So as stated before, the outreach for this, the group itself has a very broad outreach, in that while there are quite a few complaints that occur, there's inquiries, canvasses, email blasts, and in the total communications was well over 2 million. So this group was prolific in their ability to actually get in touch with the community, develop relationships with them, develop stakeholder briefings. There's this question about how much outreach is actually necessary, and I think that from the testimonials before and the communications on these high-profile projects, it actually shows that this is the necessary amount for it. So with that said, the outreach itself won the Los Angeles Basin section of California Water Environment Association Community Engagement Outreach Program of the Year Award for 2019. Tanya Durrell is there, and also Laureen and Robin Ajad from Tetra Tech are shown in that picture. So with that said, I mentioned previously about the diversity itself, and one of the things that is a hallmark of this particular contract is that the vast majority of the efforts are actually performed by the sub-consultants, and have quite a few minority business enterprises, women business enterprises, small business enterprises, and emerging business enterprises. And that, for instance, Murakawa, that communications group could actually be either minority business enterprise or women business enterprise. and that you can't fulfill both of them. But I feel that it's important that this is known, that the reason why they were selected, why Tetra Tech was selected, is because of how diverse and how technically savvy they are with knowledge of the clean water, wastewater, and also solids programs. And their knowledge has shown through, as I showed in the testimonials. So currently, as you can see, we're not completely through all of the funding just yet, but it is pretty close to how we'd expected it to be. So Murakawa handles quite a bit of the heavy lifting, so to speak. And we actually found that the Morcos group, Allison, was very adept at communicating and engaging with the community members, and that we had felt that it was necessary to actually include her into the outreach program more, so that the benefit could be brought to the community, and that their concerns could be addressed and effectively responded to. And this brings us to our current position. As we all know, the economic downturn has occurred, and we understand that, and we've actually communicated with the community outreach team, and we have had to reduce the amount of outreach. And as Tanya can tell you, it is a challenge. I mean, I don't want to speak for her on this, but she definitely has quite a difficult task of ensuring that the precise amount of outreach is performed and that it's adequately addressing the needs of the community that needs to be serviced. And as she mentioned, North Alpha Sewer Rehabilitation coming up, as she mentioned, NOS 10, and how San Antonio Winery is being communicated with at the moment, so that their concerns are being addressed, and we can come up with alternative ways to have their needs met. Secondary sewer rehabilitation is also a component that their team addresses, the difficult access reaches and things of that nature. So, as I said, the additional funding is needed to maintain this outreach, and this is us respectfully requesting the additional funding to be afforded to this program so that it can actually meet the needs of the constituents. And lastly, I want to just talk about the sub-consultant participation with that additional funding. So what we see is that the communications groups such as Murakawa and Morcos Group, they will receive more funding, but for that matter, Tetra Tech themselves would also receive funding. As I mentioned, they are subject matter experts in both communication and technically, as well as all of these other groups. We don't anticipate that this would change much, but as you can see, the sub-consultant amount is utilizing 78.7% of total budget for this, and it's either minority business enterprise or women business enterprise, so it actually goes very well to ensuring that the disadvantaged communities, disadvantaged business enterprises, at least with this sub-consultant team, are being incorporated into this TOS. So minority business enterprise would be a little bit more than 65%, and women business enterprise is roughly 13%. But as I mentioned before, Murakawa actually would fulfill either of those. So you can think of it as that it has an impact for women business enterprises as well, and small business and emerging business enterprises it has as an impact. So with that stated, in conclusion, the community outreach team and engagement, the community outreach and engagement is critical to the Clean Water Program, and also other programs within sanitation address community needs via multiple avenues of engagement. The consultants and sub-consultants provide the flexibility and the 24/7 interaction, and as Tanya mentioned, the one-on-one relationships that are key to ensuring that their concerns actually do get heard, and that they feel that they have been acknowledged. And as I stated, the additional funding is needed to maintain this outreach. So with that, thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Chris and Tanya, very much. let's, we'll open this up for deliberation. We'll start with Vice President Garcia.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you, Tanya and Chris, for developing the PowerPoint. Did you guys just do it when we were having that discussion in the morning?
No. No. Tanya and I work hand in hand with each other, and she is full of wonderful ideas, and I'm just good at putting together a PowerPoint.
I appreciate that. It makes it so much clearer for us. So I just have two questions. One is the 2.1 million folks that you touched, is that a duplicated or unduplicated count?
I'm not sure I understand. So it represents over the 2 years of the contract, the emails that we've sent, the constant contact, the newspaper notices, the social media. So it's a comprehensive number over the 2-year period.
So we can easily say that these are folks that probably got the message repeatedly, not just a one-time contact deal.
Right, that's true, yes.
Okay. And then my other question, now you're asking for $1 million more, so that now will be a $3 million contract. For how many years would that be for?
So as I stated previously, the funding is estimated to be exhausted in early of 2021. And with the spending schedule that we have, we are estimating that it will end precisely at when the contract would end in 2022.
So I'm still not clear then. I'm missing something. So we are approving a contract now for an additional $1 million to your $2 million contract, because your $2 million contract is going to end in early 2021, right?
The funding will be fully utilized at the beginning of 2021.
And that's why you need the additional $1 million to cover how long?
Yes, so roughly a year and a half.
So $1 million will get you 18 months, basically.
That is how we're budgeting it currently. I cannot say that we will or will not be able to maintain that, because there are emergency outreach efforts that do need to be performed, and those are unknowns for us, and that we've been trying to walk that tightrope of what is absolutely necessary and what will meet the needs of the community, and that we're working diligently to actually address both of those simultaneously. And it is, I'm sure, as you know, a challenge. And the last thing that we wanted to do was come and say that we need $2 million for the program and actually not fully utilize it. 100% of these monies will be fully utilized. We have the ability to extend the contract if we do have the funding available. So all of the funding will definitely be utilized to perform the community outreach.
And this is my last question, and I'm sure you're doing it, but just to confirm, you do provide, Tetra Tech does provide bilingual information, right? Okay.
Absolutely, yes. Most of our information is provided in both English, Spanish, and additional languages as required.
Okay. That's all for me. Thank you, President Good. Thank you, Tanya and Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis.
Yes, on the subcontractors, on the first half of the subcontractors, where you had a breakdown, one more back a couple more, that's the second half. Wait a minute, yeah, I think so. So yes, that one. Now, Dakota Communications, you had them marked down, but then when it says task order amount and percentage of task order, it says 0. What happened there?
Well, I believe, Tanya, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, we haven't had an opportunity to engage Dakota. We've worked with them before. They actually help support a lot of the special event planning. We certainly plan on utilizing them. So that money will go to Dakota at some point. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes. We have earmarked that the funding in the original pledge that will not change. So it's looking for the opportunity for the specific sub-consultant to be utilized to their fullest extent. And that also...
So we didn't, Chris, we didn't use them in the first half. Now, in the second sheet you have, you're going to use them for $50,000, right? That's after you get the $1 million, right?
So Dakota Communications, because we had not utilized them previously, we thought that the additional funding would be allocated to the other groups that have had the interaction. We do have, with this, we have a remaining amount of roughly $136,000 that could be used as a contingency if the instance does arise that the Dakota Communications Group does warrant having more interaction and more funding allocated towards them. So we have the flexibility within this to afford more contract value to the sub-consultants as necessary.
Okay, so I think you know what I'm getting at here. I'd like to see us to have some utilization of these minority firms that we're listing. And obviously your selection, I don't care who it is, what the name of them is, that we really do exercise and utilize these minority firms that we are attempting to engage. And I think you know what I mean here when I say that. So moving forward, I'd like to see a little bit more of that.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I don't have any other questions. You've answered them through my commissioner's questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Chris. I don't really have any questions at this point. That's a thorough and excellent presentation. Really appreciate that. Do I have a motion to move the item forward? A motion to move the item forward as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process.
I'll move it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second? I will second. Do I have any objections from President Pro Tem Davis?
Not this time.
Thank you. From Vice President Garcia?
No objections.
All right. Hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Chris. All right. Let's go to... Thank you all. And nice...
Mr. President, just for clarity, that was approved as amended, subject to the mayor's approval for cost containment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, let's move to item number 13. This is in CD 13. This is a contract award for JR Pipeline Company, Inc., North Outfall, speaking of, North Outfall Sewer Rehabilitation Unit 14, Marsh Street to Forney Street. Recommending the board waive the date irregularity on the signature sheet and affidavit of the bid submitted by Mladen Buntich Construction Company, Inc., and the bid submitted by JR Pipeline, Inc., and accept both bid proposals. 2, declare Buntich first low bidder to be non-responsive, as discussed in this report. 3, find that the mandatory subcontracting minimum level deviation with the JR Pipeline bid to be inconsequential and request the board to waive it as discussed in this report. 4, declare JR Pipeline second low bidder to be the lowest responsible bidder and award JR Pipeline a contract for this project for $17,350,000. And 5, authorize the president or 2 members of the board to execute the contract after approval as to form has been obtained from the city attorney. Brad Jensen is here with us. I believe Linda McGlinchey is also here with us in case there are any questions for BCA. Brad, why don't you go ahead and kick it off?
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just a little background regarding this project. This project will rehabilitate 4,675 feet of a 48-inch concrete portion of the North Outfall sewer. The sewer was constructed in the 1920s and is in a deteriorated condition. The alignment of the project is along Blake Avenue from Marsh Street east of Mellon Avenue to the intersection of Blake and Forney. A portion of the northern part of the project is located within a sewer easement and is underneath residential and commercial properties. This project will include cleaning of the existing sewer and then inserting a new pipe via slip lining inside the existing pipe. And this will be done by access pits that are excavated along the project alignment. The contract duration for this project is 730 calendar days. We received 7 bids for this project on July 7th. Buntage, the first low bidder, and JR Pipeline, the second low bidder, both submitted page 1-4, which is the signature sheet and affidavit, signed and dated by their managing members. However, the dates of the signature on page 1-4 didn't correspond to the date of the notary. In both cases, it was deemed that this is a clerical error made by the managing members, and both Buntage and JR Pipeline have since provided a revised signature page that matches the date of the managers and the notary and the date of the bid. And therefore, BOE staff recommends that this clerical error be a waivable defect and that this error does not affect the award eligibility. Therefore, Bureau of Engineering recommends that the board waive this irregularity and deem both Buntage's and JR Pipeline bid to be valid. Based upon the range of bids submitted for this project, staff believes that these bids are reasonable and that the contract may be awarded to either of the above bidders subject to the verification of the other bidding requirements. Bureau of Contract Administration has verified that both Buntage and JR Pipeline are both certified local business enterprises. This project did include the business inclusion program. Mlott and Buntage, the first low bidder, passed their business inclusion outreach evaluation. However, Buntage bid listed 2 subcontractors for the same scope of work. Buntage claimed that this occurred because of a clerical error. However, they did not provide sufficient evidence to show proper notification of a clerical error. For the California Public Contract Code, when more than one subcontractor is listed for the same portion of work, Buntage would need to perform that work, and the 2 subcodes would not be included toward the mandatory subcontracting minimum requirement. Therefore, their MSM was reduced to 19.7%, and they failed to meet the 25% requirement set for this project. Therefore, it's recommended that their bid be deemed non-responsive. JR Pipeline has pledged 0.64% MBE, 0.5% WBE, 1.2% SBE, 0.87% EBE, and 21.73% OBE. 2 of JR Pipeline subquotes are vendors, and they are material suppliers, and so their quotes were only credited at 60%. And as a result, JR Pipeline's total MSM was reduced to 24.91%, or 0.09% less than the 25% specified in the bid documents. Office of Contract Compliance believes that this small deviation in meeting the MSM requirement on the face of JR Pipeline's bid is insignificant. The Board of Public Works has the authority to exercise its discretion when evaluating specific unique circumstances on a case-by-case basis. The Board, in making its determination, may consider the following court case, which is the California Appellate Court case entitled Gelati Construction. In that case, there was a similar discrepancy where the contractor had pledged 44.5% or 5.5% short of the 50% requirement. The awarding authority found that after review of the facts that was an inconsequential deviation. The appellate court agreed with the awarding authority and further stated that strict compliance with bidding requirements does not preclude the contracting entity from waiving inconsequential deviations. So therefore, In light of this case, OCC staff recommends that the board find that the 0.09% shortage in meeting the MSM on the face of JR Pipeline's bid to be insignificant and waive it because staff is unaware of any facts that would indicate that JR Pipeline received an unfair competitive advantage or benefit not allowed other bidders, and therefore is inconsequential. Mr. Jordan has been briefed on this and has concurred with the recommendations contained in this report. This project does include a project labor agreement, and the contract will be bound by the provisions of the PLA. The Program Review Committee of LA Sanitation has approved a total budget for this project of $22.654 million, which includes a contingency for this project on February 14th of 2018. This project is funded through the Sewer Construction and Maintenance Fund, so there is no impact to the general fund as well. In view of the above findings, staff recommends that the board declare Boontage, the first low bidder, to be non-responsive, and declare JR Pipeline, the second low bidder, to be the lowest responsive responsible bidder, and award them a contract for this project. I can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Before we jump in, anything, Ms. McGlinchey, that you would want to add to that?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Not really. I don't believe Boontage is here to speak. Otherwise, I could give more information as well as Mr. Jordan could regarding the applicable public contract code sections in terms of our determination.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Campos, are there any callers on this item?
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have one caller from the public on the line. I'd like to see if that person would like to speak on item number 13. Caller ending in 756, caller ending in 756. The Board of Public Works is now considering item number 13, which is a contract award to JR Pipeline Company for the North Outfall Sewer Rehabilitation Project, Unit 14, Marsh Street to Forney Street. If you'd like to speak on this item, can you please press star 9 on your landline or smartphone device? Caller ending in 756. Caller ending in 756, would you like to speak on item number 13? If so, can you please press star 9 at this time? Last chance, caller ending in 756, if you'd like to speak on item number 13, can you please press star 9 at this time? Hearing no response, Mr. President, thank you. That was the only caller that we have on the line from the general public.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, we'll start with President Pro Tem Davis. Any questions or comments?
No, I think I've been briefed on this one. I'm okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Vice President Garcia?
Thank you, President Good. No, I don't have any questions. What I do have is a comment. I was briefed by Mr. Jensen. Just to clarify and state in the record, this bid came under the city's engineer's estimate by how much, Mr. Jensen?
The Boontage bid 20.3% below the city engineer's estimate. JR Pipeline bid 12.6% below the city engineer's estimate. So both were below our estimate.
And JR Pipeline, the one we're considering, is the one they bid
17.35 million, and our city engineer's estimate was 19.85.
Okay, I just wanted to make that note. Thank you. That's all for me, President Good.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Villegas?
I have no questions. Mr. Jensen did a really good job in explaining everything, so I understand what's going on. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay. I believe Dr. Campos, given that this is sewer rehabilitation, is it not subject to the mayor's cost containment process?
It still is required to go to the mayor's office for approval under the cost containment. Yes. We have not received any exemptions that I'm aware of for this project.
Right. it's only an emergency sewer. Okay, thank you all very much. I will motion to move the item forward, amended with the amendment that it is subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Do I have a second to my motion?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Vice President Garcia?
No objection.
All right, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections.
All right, hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Linda, very much for joining us. Thank you, Ali.
All right, thank you.
All right. Go Dodgers. You guys have good nights or afternoons. Okay, colleagues.
At this point, we're probably going to be here until the Dodger game starts.
We may miss the Dodger game.
Mr. President, on item number 13, I may have missed the second to your motion.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, thank you.
Okay, now let's go back to the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to item number 2. Item number 2 is in CD13. It is a task order solicitation number 059, IBI Group, pre-qualified on-call architectural and related professional services consultants list, Hollywood Sanitation Yard project. This is recommending the board authorize the city engineer to issue the TOS to IBI Group from the pre-qualified on-call architectural and related professional services consultants list to provide civil engineering design, methane mitigation design, cost estimating, constructability review, value engineering, administration support for leadership in energy and environmental design, and net zero energy certifications, and lead commissioning services for the Hollywood Sanitation Yard as stated in TOS number 059 with a budget authority of $480,887, including contingency. If approved, this will be subject to the mayor's cost containment process, and Stephen Fierce, who has been fiercely patient through the meeting, sorry, this is too easy, Stephen, I'm sure you've heard that all your life, is here to present. Go ahead.
Yes, well, hello. Yes, I'm Steve Fierce, Principal Architect with the Bureau of Engineering. The Hollywood Sanitation Yard is operated by LA Sanitation. The project is located at 6014 Warren Avenue in Hollywood, California. The current maintenance yard was originally built in the mid-1960s and is now considered to be functionally obsolete. On May 22nd, 2019, the LA Sanitation Program Review Committee approved the project estimated construction cost at $12.65 million and a project duration of 42 months for design, bid, award, and construction. The project will demolish the existing facility and will construct a new 7,500 square foot building. The new yard layout will optimize the operational spaces and provide for more efficient circulation and parking. The project is designed in-house by BOE, and we are seeking to bring on a consultant with special technical expertise that we do not have available. The TOS number 59 was distributed to all firms on the PQOC list, and only one firm responded, which was the IBI Group. After negotiation, the IBI and the city agreed on a fee of $370,739. However, IBI agreed to add constructability review, value engineering to the scope of services for their original proposal. Adding a contingency amount of $80,148 and an allowance for $30,000 for reimbursable expenses, the total budget authority amount is requested at $480,887. The project is funded by SCMC, Sewer Construction and Maintenance Fund, in the amount of $18,447,100, and BOE's budget estimate for the work is $14,332,000. There is no impact to the general fund. This task will be subject to the BIP outreach requirements. The consultant is pledging below the city's anticipation level for the NDE due to the complexity and the limited scope of work required by the TOS. So the anticipated MBE was 18%, and what is pledged was 8.86%. For WVE, anticipated was 4%, and what was pledged is 10.57%. Anticipated for SVE is 25%, and what was pledged was 58.68%. EVE anticipated is 42.71%, and anticipated for DVVE was 3%, what is pledged is 0%. So the schedule is the committed award date is May of 2022, and the construction duration is for 2 years. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fierce. Any questions, colleagues? Commissioner Villegas.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner or Vice President Garcia.
No questions either, thank you.
All right, and President Pro Tem Davis.
No questions, Mr. President, on this one.
All right. Same here, Stephen. Thank you for the presentation. Again, this will be subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Do I have a motion to move this forward as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process?
So moved.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Any questions or objections, Commissioner Villegas? Keep going.
None, thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. Hearing no objections, with a motion by President Pro Tem Davis and a second by Vice President Garcia, the item is approved as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process, and approved forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Fierce. Okay, so colleagues, that brings us to item number 3. It's another task order solicitation, TOS number 114. It's in CD 15. This is AECOM Technical Services Inc., pre-qualified on-call bridge civil engineering and other design and support services consultants list. Anaheim Street, widening from Farragut Avenue to Dominguez Channel project, recommending the board, 1, authorize the city engineer to issue the task to AECOM Technical Services Inc. from the pre-qualified on-call bridge, civil engineering, and other design and support services consultants list to provide design and design support services during construction and other support services for the Anaheim Street widening and Farragut Avenue to Dominguez Channel project, as stated in TOS number 114, with a budget authority of $798,050, including contingency. Steve Chen is with us. This item also will be, if approved, subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Stephen, good afternoon. Why don't you walk us through?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. This is Steve Chen, Bureau of Engineering. Yeah, the item I have before you is for awarding a task order to AECOM for design support during construction on the Anaheim Street widening from Farragut Avenue to Dominguez Channel project. This project is located in CD 15. It's in the Wilmington area, and the purpose of this project is to continue the widening of the current width of the Anaheim Street to the east, which is where City of Long Beach is currently 6 lanes or 3 lanes in each direction, and this widening is to continue that widening, because currently we only have 2 lanes in each direction, and so we're widening it to match the existing widening along toward the east. And this is for a distance of about 0.32 miles. We're widening it from approximately 78 to 84 feet up to 100 feet right away. And what we're going to do is the project includes the removal and reconstruction of asphalt concrete pavement, replacement of concrete curb, gutter, and sidewalk. We're going to install a bike path, storm drain, street lights, and also we have to relocate utilities as part of the construction. The task order is to provide design as well as to provide some environmental clearances that are required and to provide a cost estimate as well for us to go out to bid. We advertised this to the bridge consultant list, which consisted of 30 firms. We had 4 firms that responded. They were David Evans and Associates, AECom, Tetra Tech, and Dawkin. And through the process of interviewing and reviewing the proposals, we selected AECom and as the most qualified for this particular project. We were asking for an authority of $798,050, which includes $100,000 of contingency. This is funded by Metro Call funding. It's a grant through Metro. And this is also subject to the DBE program. The participation goal was 8%, and Ecom is pledging 8.02%, just above the requirement. They were able to outreach to some sub-consultants. Tatsumi and Partners was added to provide landscaping design. Safe Probe Inc. was added to provide potholing for utility detection. LD Consulting was added to provide CAD and drafting services. So that's how they were able to meet the required outreach. With that, I believe that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Steve. We'll open up for questions. Any questions, Commissioner Villegas?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Garcia?
I have no questions either, thank you.
All right, President Pro Tem Davis?
None for me either, President. Thank you.
And likewise here. It actually seems like a pretty important project, actually. No questions. Do I have a motion to move this forward?
I'll move.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia.
Second.
Seconded by President Pro Tem Davis. And by the way, what we're moving forward is the item as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections, thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith, as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Steve, by the way, I really like your background.
Oh, thank you. It's relaxing, right? Yeah, thanks.
All right, colleagues, that brings us to another task order solicitation. This is in CD4. This is task order solicitation number 59 in budget increase. Somas and Associates, Cesar Chavez Recreational Center, Phase 3C project, recommending the board authorize the city engineer to issue a revision of TOS number 59 to Somas and Associates, increasing the budget authority of $163,300 from $279,000 to $442,300 for electrical design services for the Cesar Chavez Recreational Center Phase 3C project. This would also be subject to the mayor's cost containment process. And Stephen Fierce is back with us to describe the project and the request. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. Yes, this is a revision to the task order solicitation to add electrical engineering consultant services. The project area, which is also known as the Sheldon Ardita Park, is the former landfill located Council District 6, adjacent to the 170 and 5 freeways. The park and street projects are being completed with a series of phased projects. Currently, there are 4 street improvement projects and a park improvement project. On February 19th, 2020, the board adopted the board report number 1 for SOMS to complete the design of the 4 streets surrounding the Cesar Chavez Park. Notice to proceed was issued to SOMS on March 6th, 2020, and design is proceeding. Sole source to SOMS Engineering Services for the street improvement projects was for $279,000. The sole source request was due to the original prime consultant, APT, contract which expired, and BOE requested to continue to work with the subconsultant service who provided the civil engineering work. Concurrently with this design, the architectural division is designing the final phases of construction for the Cesar Chavez Park, which is known as Phase 3C. This phase consists of an office, restroom facility, playground, baseball field, picnic area with shade structures, basketball court, and a parking lot, and it was approved by Rec and Parks Board. The architectural division does not have sufficient staff to provide this electrical design. Transmittal number 2 in the packet is Selmus's proposal for electrical design for the Cesar Chavez Recreational Center Phase 3 was added to add Lynn Consulting to furnish the electrical design. The electrical design includes power to the office and restroom facilities, security lighting, sports lighting, electrical vehicle charging stations in the parking lot, provisions for future electrical vehicle charging stations, security lighting for the remaining parking lots in the park. So due to the nature of the electrical design scope, the potential for unforeseen work, which may be needed for code compliance, we added a 25% contingency as recommended for the electrical design work. The street projects are funded by CIEP, SB1, Public Works Trust Fund, Measure M, with the amount of 11.4 million. Those are the 4 separate sidewalk projects. The original base task for the street improvement design of 279,000 was funded by the Capital Improvement Expenditure Program, CIEP fund. The park project is funded by Prop K, Prop 68, Quimby Sites and Facilities in the amount of 5.6 million. The electrical design for Phase 3C will be funded by Prop K separately from the street improvements design for 163,000. This will bring the total budget authority to 442,300 we're requesting. This task is subject to the fifth outreach requirements with approval to increase the budget authority. The business inclusion program will adjust to the following. The MBE anticipated is 12% and what's pledged is 28.5%. The WBE was anticipated as 2% and what's pledged is 0%. The OBE anticipated is 2% and what's pledged is 18%. The additional scope of work for the electrical design work and Lynn Consulting was added since it's an electrical engineering firm. So this was sort of specialized work. It didn't allow us to recapture some of the anticipated pledges. With that, I'm open for questions and I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Fierce. Colleagues, President Pro Tem Davis, any questions?
None for me on this item.
Okay. Vice President Garcia?
None for me either. I was briefed on this item. Thank you, Stephen, for all your work that you've been doing and for being so patient in our 5-hour meeting so far.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. And Commissioner Villegas?
I have no questions either. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I have no questions either, Stephen. Very good job. I will motion for this item to be approved as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Do I have a second?
I'll move that. I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any objections, Vice President Garcia?
No objection.
Any objections, President Pro Tem Davis?
No objections.
All right, hearing no objections, Mr. Fierce, the item is approved forthwith. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, let's move forward to item number 7. Item number 7 comes from the Office of Community Beautification. This is all council districts, and this is a contract amendment with the LA Conservation Corps, recommending the board, 1, authorize the Office of Community Beautification to execute an amendment to the contract, Council File 08-1673, with the Los Angeles Conservation Corps in the amount of $1,150,000 to fund citywide tree planting activities. And 2, authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works to execute the contract amendments after approval as to form has been obtained by the city attorney. If approved, this will be subject, Paul, to the mayor's cost containment process. Paul Roch, our director of the Office of Community Beautification, is with us. I believe Elizabeth and Rachel are also with us from City Plants. Good afternoon, y'all. And Paul, why don't you jump on in?
Yeah, good afternoon. Paul Roch, Director of the Office of Community Beautification. Today we're coming to the board to request approval to amend an existing contract with the LA Conservation Corps to add funding for the City Plants program. Funds have been received from the Department of Water and Power to pay for the various city plant services, such as tree planting, tree distribution events, etc. For the past 10 years, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and the Board of Public Works have combined their efforts into a single citywide program to promote, facilitate, and conduct tree planting for the purpose of providing shade and energy savings and to increase the tree canopy throughout the city of Los Angeles and improve air quality. The Los Angeles Conservation Corps serves as the primary contracting agency, but also partners with other nonprofit community-based organizations such as the Koreatown Youth and Community Center, Hollywood Beautification Team, and Northeast Trees to provide these various services. Utilizing these funds from DWP in 2019, the City Plants program delivered a total of 6,180 residential trees to homes throughout Los Angeles, distributed 12,185 trees at various events, and planted 21,209 street trees. So again, we respectfully request board approval for this item. Myself or Rachel or Elizabeth from the City Plant staff are available to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Colleagues, let's open it up. President Pro Tem Davis.
What is the duration of this project in terms of implementation of getting it going, and how long do you think it'll take?
Well, the project is ongoing. This particular funding source is one part of two parts of funds being transferred this year from the Department of Water and Power. Hopefully, through the cost containment process, it won't take us too long to get these funds into the hands of the Conservation Corps so they can continue their tree planting efforts.
And do we have a targeted scope, area of work that we coordinate with the council offices, neighborhood associations, or with whom do we work in these council districts to implement a certain amount of trees in a certain place?
Let me refer that to Rachel with City Plants, if she's there. Elizabeth, if one of you would like to chime in on that.
Yeah, happy to chime in. Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Davis. Happy to share a little bit about how we function. So City Plants works with council offices, neighborhood councils, community groups, and our nonprofit partners to ensure that trees are going where community members are requesting them, essentially.
Got it. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Vice President Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I know that the actual work gets done by LECC, right? They're the ones that go out and make, actually do the planting and so forth. There's some allocation for you as City Plants to be able to still do your work, like outreach and do events?
Yes, through an AFE process, City Plants, LADWP does support City Plants staff to conduct outreach and coordinate the program.
Okay, perfect.
But all these particular funds go into the contract for the LA Conservation Corps, but some of the work is also provided by those other nonprofit CBOs HBT, KYCC, or Northeast Trees, and they are sort of subcontractors of the LA Conservation Corps. So LACC pays them for the work that they do through these funds.
Okay. Oh, okay, got it. And Rachel's team also gets like an overhead amount, right, to do their events and everything else?
We do, yeah. That is separate from this contract amount, though. But thank you, Paul, for that clarification. I see City Plants as a collaborative with the LA Conservation Corps, coordinating at the helm, and subcontractors, the nonprofits that Paul mentioned, KYCC, Northeast Trees, LA Beautification Team, working as well to plant trees within their specific service areas throughout the city.
Okay, perfect. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you for bringing this item, Mr. Roch, and thank you for the explanation also, Ms. O'Leary. I really appreciate it, and I am a big fan of the LA Conservation Corps, who isn't. But I think that they're awesome, and I'm glad to see that they're working with so many different partners to bring more trees to the city of Los Angeles. I have no questions, just a comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Villegas. So yeah, this is DWP money that's moved over to OCB that's now paying out to LACC, who will then sub with others, and you guys will handle the outreach on and all this via other pieces of the DWP money and other money, right?
Correct, yes, you got it.
All right. All right, well, I will move to, I will motion to approve the item as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process.
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Vice President Garcia, any objections?
No, I wanted to second it too. But
okay.
Davis beat me to it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just kidding, Davis.
Okay.
You can have 2 seconds. Dr. Campos, we're going to go crazy. President Pro Tem Davis and Vice President Garcia seconded. Commissioner Villegas, any objections?
I have none, thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith, subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. That brings us, colleagues, to item number 9. Item number 9 is in CD 13. This is a contract acceptance, emergency sewer repair, North Outfall Sewer, Unit 18, Colorado Boulevard to Brazil Street, Phase 1, and North Outfall Sewer Rehabilitation, Unit 18, Colorado Boulevard to Duran Street, Phase 2. Recommending the board accept this contract. Mr. Ollinger is here from BCA. Good afternoon, John.
Good morning, board and commissioners, board president. I'm going to let Jim Cassidy close out these 3 agenda items that we have for job closeouts, and he'll be handling the wastewater closeouts from this point forward. So this is Jim Cassidy, works with contract administration, and he's been in the wastewater division for many years, and he's a frontline supervisor for our department. So go ahead, Jim.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jim Cassidy from the Bureau of Contract Administration, the wastewater division. I'm here to ask for your acceptance on the emergency sewer repair, ESR, North Outfall Sewer, NOS Unit 18, Colorado Boulevard to Brazil Street, Phase 1, and the NOS Rehabilitation Unit 18, Colorado Boulevard to Duran Street, Phase 2018, an emergency sewer storm drain construction services contract was awarded on a competitive basis in the amount of $20,817,052 to the Spinola Company. The contract was executed and notice to proceed was issued on March 27, 2018, and the construction under contract number C130429 was thus completed on March 26, 2020. The project provided for rehabilitation of approximately 5,000 linear feet of the NOS, consisting of 42-inch, 48-inch, and 52-inch tile-lined semi-elliptical pipe. The project started on Colorado Boulevard in the 5 freeway and meandered within private properties and commercial properties to San Fernando Boulevard West in Duran Street. On a quick side note, that was
community outreach team, which was ran by Tanya. This is one of the pivotal jobs that she was very involved in because we've disrupted several private businesses in that area. 5 change orders were issued, decreasing the contract amount by $1,683,934.38, bringing the total cost of the project to $19,133,117.60. The project was thus completed at 8.09% below the contract awarded amount and 16.81% below its authorized budget. There are no unresolved property owner complaints in connection to this project. At this point, there are no funds disputed or withheld, therefore no funds are due to the contractor. And that concludes my report, and available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Castley. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments? Commissioner Villegas.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Vice President Garcia?
No questions.
Okay. And then President Pro Tem Davis?
Yeah, no questions for me either on this one.
Okay. What was that, Dr. Campos?
No questions for me on this
No,
item.
I get you, President Pro Tem Davis. I just heard a second. Was there someone coming in?
There was some feedback on a line. I believe that may have been one of our commissioners. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Not you,
Mr. Mr. President, Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. I do have a quick question, since no other questions from the commissioners to Mr. Olinger or Mr. Castley regarding this project. The Board of Public Works did receive a stop notice back on August 26, 2019 for $2,240, and we've subsequently were requested to withhold $2,800 in funding for this project. This is a stop notice that came in, communication number 122395 from Automated Gate Services, filing a complaint against Crown Fence for this project. Wanted to ask Mr. Olinger or Mr. Castley to see if they have any information regarding this stop notice and if the funding was retained from any progress payments or retention amount due to the contractor.
Yeah, we researched it at our department today, and we had some time. So what we found was that we were not holding any money. There's no to give out, and but there was no confirmation as to whether they were paid or not. But in terms of funding or complaints or anything to be withheld, we don't have anything. But I don't know of any complaints at this time or anybody who said they hadn't been paid.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Olinger. So hearing no funding being withheld, this stop notice may be released 60 days after the acceptance, and my office will track this. But just wanted to give a heads up to the Bureau of Contract Administration should this subcontractor file a judgment or seek remedies through the courts. We will have to handle that separately. Again, this is only 60 days after acceptance.
Up to 60 days after acceptance,
No, under the Public Contract Code, we have to give notice to the subcontractor that filed the stop notice. After 60 days after the acceptance has occurred, they have up to 60 days to file that the judgment or seek a remedy through the courts. If they do not seek it and they do not submit it to our office, then we can go ahead and release that stop notice.
I see. Okay.
And my records didn't indicate anybody reaching out to me anytime trying to collect any monies either. So I don't know of anybody that wasn't paid on this or resolved.
Okay.
So in a situation like this, it's very possible that this was resolved outside of our work, and they're just...
More than likely it was resolved, and they just weren't notified or didn't go through the proper channels to take care of the stop notice. We normally get these things resolved anyway before it's done, or we wouldn't close it out.
And we don't have any remaining money to pay out anyway to stop payment on. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, all monies have been released.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, any questions on that piece of this? Okay. All right. So I don't have any questions, Mr. Castley or Mr. Olinger. Thank you, Dr. Campos. Do I have a motion to move this forward?
So move.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections, thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Olinger. We will move on to item number 10. This is also contract acceptance, emergency sewer storm drain repair, quarterly acceptance report. Recommending the board accept the 285 sewer and 25 storm drain projects of the emergency sewer and storm drain repair program as indicated in the attached program project summaries tables. Mr. Castley and Mr. Olinger, you're back on again.
Okay, this is Jim Cassidy from the Bureau of Contract Administration again. I'm here to ask for your acceptance on the emergency sewer storm drain repair quarterly report. Please accept the 285 sewer and 25 storm drain projects of the emergency sewer and storm drain repair program as indicated in the attached project summaries tables. The period covered for the emergency sewer repairs projects completed was from February 26, 2015 through July 17, 2018. The period covered for the emergency storm drain repairs was from September 18, 2015 through March 8, 2019. Emergency projects represented in this quarterly report were initiated by the Bureau of Sanitation to make necessary repairs to the city's sewer and storm drain systems. The cost and scope of this work value anywhere from $865 to $3,659.65. These 310 construction orders represent a subset of the emergency sewer and storm drain work inspected by BCA during this reporting period. There are no funds disputed or withheld, therefore no funds are due to the contractor. There are no unresolved property owner complaints in connection with these projects. That concludes my report and I'm available for any questions on those.
Thanks, Jim. Colleagues, any questions? Vice President Garcia?
No questions, thank you.
President Pro Tem Davis?
No questions for me either, Mr. President.
All right, and then Commissioner Villegas?
None for me either, thank you.
All right, I will motion to move this contract acceptance, quarterly acceptance report forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas or Vice President Garcia?
No objections, thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, this quarterly acceptance report is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Castley and Mr. Olinger. And then, lest you get bored, Mr. Olinger and Mr. Castley, we have one more.
Okay.
Mr. President, item 10 is forthwith.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Adopted forthwith.
Thank you.
All right, so item number 11 is contract acceptance for Normandy Sewer Replacement Rehabilitation. Recommending the board accept this contract. Go ahead, Mr. Castley.
Okay, thank you. Again, Jim Cassidy from the Bureau of Contract Administration. I'm here to ask for your acceptance on the Normandy Sewer Replacement Rehabilitation Project, work order SCC 11943. The contract was executed by your board on June 1st, 2016 in the amount of $9,533,079. The construction was completed by JR Pipeline Company on May 24th, 2018. The project consisted of rehabilitation of approximately 8,168 lineal feet of 30-inch, 34-inch, and 39-inch cement brick sewer by the CIPP liner method, which is a cured-in-place method. This project is located in the South Los Angeles area, bounded by Slauson Avenue to the north, Florence Avenue to the south, Normandy Avenue to the east, and Van Ness Avenue to the west. The contractor has complied with equal employment opportunity and labor compliance requirements of this contract. All PLA project labor agreement goals were met for the project. Satisfied the requirements established by the California Labor Code with regards to employment of apprentices. There are no funds disputed or withheld, therefore no funds are due to the contractor. There were no unresolved property owner complaints in connection with the project. That concludes my report and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Jim. Colleagues, any questions on this one? Vice President Garcia.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. President Pro Tem Davis.
Point of information, what did you say the westernmost boundary was? I understood that Normandy was the eastern boundary. What was the western boundary of the project?
Yes, sir, it was Van Ness to the west.
Okay, gotcha.
It was basically Slauson to Florence, Normandy to Van Ness.
Okay, thank you for that.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Villegas?
No questions. It seems like it was a pretty big project for the amount of money that was spent, and then everybody met the project labor agreement thresholds. No question. Thank you.
Big project, complicated project. All right, thank you. I will motion to move this item forward.
Second.
Seconded by President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have any objections, Commissioner Villegas or Vice President Garcia?
No objection.
No objections for me either. Thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, the item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Castley. Thank you, Mr. Ollinger.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Y'all have great days.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks, guys. All right. That brings us to item number 16, colleagues. Item number 16 is a stop payment notice. Premier Steel Structures, Inc. Premier Steel Structures, Inc. is transmitting a stop payment notice in the amount of $2,084.66 for furnishing structural steel in connection with the Western Avenue of Bridge Home Initiative project. The primary contractor for this project is HBG Construction Corporation. With us today to discuss is nobody. It's a administrative item. Any questions on this one, colleagues? Vice President Garcia?
No questions.
Okay. Commissioner Villegas, anything?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. President Pro Tem Davis, motion to move forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Any objections, Commissioner?
None. Thank you.
All right. Hearing no objections, the stop payment notice is from Premier Steel is received forthwith. That brings us to item 17. Also a stop payment notice from Premier Steel Structures, Inc. Premier Steel Structures, Inc. is transmitting a stop payment notice in the amount of $66,073.39 for furnishing structural steel in connection with the Lafayette Triangle Bridge Housing Project. The primary contractor for this project is again HBG Construction Corporation. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, I will motion to move this stop payment notice forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections or concerns, Commissioner Villegas or Vice President Garcia?
No objection.
All right, hearing no objections, item number 17, stop payment notice from Premier Steel Structures, Inc. is received forthwith. That brings us to item number 18. This is also a stop payment notice from Lettner Roofing Company. Lettner Roofing Company is transmitting a stop payment notice in the amount of $196,500 for furnishing roofing material in connection with the Lafayette Triangle Bridge Housing Project. The primary contractor for this project is HBG Construction Corporation as well. Any questions, colleagues? Vice President Garcia?
No questions.
Okay. Commissioner Villegas?
No questions either. Thank you.
All right. President Pro Tem Davis?
None for me either.
All right. I'll motion to move it forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Objections, Commissioner Villegas or Vice President Garcia?
No objections.
All right. Hearing no objections, that stop payment notice is received forthwith. And that brings us to item 19, which is a release of a stop payment notice. Robertson's. Robertson's is transmitting a release of stop payment notice in the amount of $8,926.99, furnishing ready-mix concrete, rock, and sand materials in connection with the emergency sewer and storm drain repair 300 block Griffin Avenue project. The primary contractor for this project is Miramontes Construction Corporation, Inc. Do I have any questions or concerns, colleagues? President Pro Tem Davis?
None for me.
Okay. Vice President Garcia?
Nope. No questions, no objections.
Okay. Commissioner Villegas?
Same, no questions or objections. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion to move this forward.
Second.
Who motioned?
I thought you moved it.
No. I just asked if I had one. But I'll move it. I'll motion to move it forward. I got a second from President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas, Vice President Garcia, any?
No objections.
All right. Hearing no objections, this release of stop payment notice is received forthwith. And with that, we're at our final item, which is a city trees update by David Miranda from Streets LA. David, are you with us?
Hello, yes, I am. This is David Miranda with Bureau of Street Services.
Good afternoon.
Streets LA Urban Forestry. Good afternoon, President Good, Commissioners, Bureau Representatives, City Attorney, and Executive Officer. Unfortunately, Chief Forester Tim Tyson was unable to attend today's board hearing, so I'll be presenting today's oral report. We'll get started here. The Bureau of Street Services, Streets LA Urban Forestry Division is presenting an oral report for the last quarter of fiscal year 2019 and 2020, and first quarter of fiscal year 2020 and 2021. Emergency requests for fiscal years 1920, UFD received a total of 21,572 tree emergency and obstruction requests. Total emergency related work requests were all completed. UFD closed 7,081 tree obstruction requests and trimmed 4,646 trees for this task. The average emergency response time was 0.8 of 1 day, and the final cleanup less than 3 days. This includes rain, wind, and fire events during the fiscal year. UFD continues to be efficient with regards to our metrics, monitoring, and achievements. Our goal is always to maintain outstanding service for our constituents. For fiscal year 2021 first quarter, UFD received a total of 2,968 tree emergency and obstruction requests, in which were all completed. UFD closed 1,265 tree obstructions and trimmed 1,151 trees to accomplish this goal. The average response time was approximately 0.7 of a day, and a final cleanup in less than 3 days. UFD will continue to provide this high quality of service to our constituents and our community. The $1 million on-demand funds for fiscal year 1920, Streets LA was budgeted for $1 million, which comes out to a total of $66,666 for each city council district to use at their discretion for tree trimming and other related tree work. For fiscal year 1920, all monies were expended. A total of 4,853 trees were trimmed, 702 trees removed, and 196 dead trees removed to date. Here we go to fiscal year 2021. There's no on-demand funding for fiscal year 2021. Urban Forestry Division typhus response, fiscal years 1920, Streets LA Urban Forestry Division with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, qualified personnel, 814 burr exclusions, approximately 7.2 tons of coal patch, and 480 square feet of wire mesh was used. The City Hall Civic Center continued to be at 100% compliance. Fiscal year 2021 first quarter, Streets LA Urban Forestry Division personnel are continuing to service the designated areas for rodent exclusion, and for the first quarter of the fiscal year have used 1.7 tons of coal patch and 122 square feet of wire mesh. The City Hall Civic Center continues to be at 100% compliance for this quarter. Tree trimming for fiscal year 1920. UFD staff have identified grids for the city forces for fiscal years 2019 and 2020. UFD had acquired additional staff and are performing tree trimming with city forces only. UFD had a set goal to trim 33,000 trees for fiscal years 19-20. UFD surpassed this goal by 4,000 trees and trimmed 37,000 trees in total. I want to thank all UFD staff for all their hard work and dedication to meet and achieve the goals during this global COVID-19 pandemic. For tree trimming fiscal years 2021, this first quarter, UFD has trimmed 7,566 trees and is currently on target to meet this fiscal year's tree trimming goal. Tree and stump removal for fiscal years 19-20, UFD is actively engaged in removing dead, dying, disease, trees and stumps prevalent citywide. UFD removed 2,860 trees. There was a goal of 1,760 trees to be removed. UFD surpassed the goal by 1,100 trees. UFD removed 3,622 stumps. There was a set goal of 1,760 stumps to be removed. UFD surpassed the goal by 1,862 stumps removed. For fiscal year 2021 first quarter, UFD staffed and identified and developed grids for city forces. UFD had a set goal to trim 27,000 trees this fiscal year due to budget cuts. To date, UFD has removed 679 trees, 847 stumps. The tree and stump removal goal for fiscal year 2021 is 1,760. Landscape, fiscal years 19-20, contract forces maintain 10.5 million square feet of landscape medians once every 2 weeks. For fiscal years 2021, first quarter, the Board of Public Works approved 4 landscape maintenance contracts for all landscape medians. 4 contractors were awarded contracts. However, due to fiscal challenges brought about from COVID pandemic, limited funds were approved for 90 days of maintenance. Streets LA is currently working with the CAO and Mayor's Office to secure additional funding to ensure uninterrupted service of the landscape medians. Tree inventory. The city's tree inventory started in October of 2019, spearheaded by Davie Resource Group, DRG. And as part of September 30th, there have been 150,532 sites collected with 101,023 live trees. UFD receives a weekly progress report from DRG, which provides the condition of the trees inventoried, and subsequently, UFD removes all priority 1 class tree removals. Tree Summit. On May 22nd, 2020, Streets LA conducted our 2nd annual Tree Summit virtually. Streets LA invited the following experts who gave presentations of their tree care expertise: Tom Smiley, Miranda Hutton, and Matt Ritter. City staff that gave presentations were Director Adele, Assistant Director Greg Spots, Forestry Officer Rachel Malarick, and Chief Forester Tim Tyson. The Tree Summit was a success. Tree planting. For 1920, Streets LA UFD continues efforts to sustain the tree population by planting new trees. The tree planting goal for UFD's fiscal year 1920 was 1,000 trees. UFD planted a total of 1,442 trees. The nonprofits planted a total of 2,996 trees. The grand total of 4,438 trees that were planted for fiscal year 1920 by both city forces and nonprofit entities. UFD has also planted 230 trees as part of the Tree Planting Guaranteed Fee program. For fiscal year 2021 first quarter, UFD city plants and partners do not plant trees during the summer months of July, August, and September, but are planning on continuing and commencing their tree planting programs as soon. Now we're going to get on to Bureau of Street Services Sidewalk Repair Program. Fiscal year 1920, all work combined in Bureau Street Services construction packages 8, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, and 21 were completed. UFD SRP crews trimmed 102 trees, root prune 102, and removed 33 trees. Removed 7 dead trees, removed 5 stumps, and 80 trees were replanted. BSS Package 8 and BSS Package, both Package 8, 1244 Cherokee and 5200 and 5300 Sunny Slope projects were completed under the SRP. Fiscal years 2021 first quarter, all work combined in BS construction packages 23, 24, 48, 49, and 58 were completed. UFD SRP crews trimmed 69 trees, root pruned 69 trees, removed 3 live trees, removed 7 dead trees, and 20 trees were replanted. BOE Sidewalk Repair Program, fiscal years 1920. All work combined in Bureau of Engineering construction packages 45, 46, 47, 51, 55, and 57 were completed. BOE contractors trimmed 403 trees, root pruned 403 trees, removed 16 live trees, 2 dead trees, 10 stumps, 40 trees were replanted. BOE Sidewalk Repair Program for fiscal year 2021 first quarter, there's no numbers to date. BSS Sidewalk Repair Program tree watering crews are currently watering 1,160 trees citywide. For fiscal year 2021, the first quarter 2021, crews are currently watering the same amount of trees, 1,116 trees. BOE Sidewalk Rebate Program, fiscal years 1920, BSS UFD staff inspected 298 rebate sites. BOE Sidewalk Repair Program for 2021, we have inspected 125 rebate sites to date. Access request assessments, 2021, BSS inspected 83 access locations to date. Complete Streets Measure M projects, fiscal years 1920, Venice Boulevard from Arlington to Figueroa, 23 trees, replants were completed. Temple Street 110 Freeway to Beverly Boulevard, 25 replants were pending in session, but these were actually completed. Main Street from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Main Street from Martin Luther King to Imperial, the Board of Public Works reviewed and approved the removal of 10 trees on June 12, 2019. 244 trees were trimmed, 12 trees were saved by root pruning, and 20 trees are yet to be replanted. Cool Streets projects performed in CDs 3, 6, and 7 for fiscal year 1920. UFD crews trimmed 326 trees, root pruned 0, removed 4 live trees, removed 11 dead trees and stumps, and replanted 107 trees within these Cool Streets projects. Once again, I want to thank all UFD staff for their hard work and dedication. We continue to provide excellent service to our communities and residents during these uncertain times. This concludes the UFD report.
Thank you, David. That was thorough.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And the last one.
Yeah, on a short little meeting. Any questions, colleagues? I'll start with you, Vice President Garcia.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you, David, for your report. You said something really important that I just need clarification. You said that coming next year, we will not have an on-demand budget. What does that mean?
The on-demand budget was a budget set, $1 million, where each consul office got $666,066, and they were able to contact us and request certain locations that they wanted to trim per request, not what we had allocated to grid trim.
I see. That's okay, I'll leave it as that. Thank you.
I would just, I'll interject and just, having been involved in that budget process in my previous job, I can tell you that, we, as a city, even before the pandemic, we were looking, it's easy to forget now, at a deficit. Those on-demand services were actually a casualty thereof, is what it amounts to.
Understood. I figured all that.
Yeah.
Just clarified. Okay.
All right, President Pro Tem Davis, any questions? Mike, any questions, President Pro Tem Davis? We'll get back to President Pro Tem Davis. Any questions, Commissioner Villegas?
I have none. Thank you very much for your thorough report and for hanging in with us towards the end of the meeting today. I appreciate it. I know that when I get requests like this, I just forward them to your staff and they're very prompt. So I appreciate it, but I'm saddened by, not having that level of service maybe for the future, sounds like. But we will see by November 3rd.
President Pro Tem Davis, any questions?
Well, just to observe a thorough report. Thank you for the work that Urban Forestry is doing on preservation and collaborating in that effort, and also in the replanting. And then we wish that we will be able to, moving forward, continue to work with the various stakeholder groups to make sure that we also can save every possible tree humanly possible on the projects that we're working with. So thank you for your report.
Thank you, definitely.
Yeah, thank you, David. I would just echo all of our colleagues. Just a weekend ago, there was an emergency constituent situation that the UFD team on a Saturday, where a driveway was blocked, a tree had fallen, and they were all over it, literally within a couple of hours. So I do think while the as-needed part has been proven challenging fiscally, I think the emergency crews remain in full tilt boogie, as I like to say. So we're grateful for that and grateful for the work. So thanks, David, for the great report. Appreciate it very much. Colleagues, anything you'd like to add before Mr. Miranda? Yes.
Just one more thing. I know that Streets LA has been clearing a lot of trees just from this week. The high winds that we've had in the valley, and now in the Woodland Hills area as well. So appreciate that.
Definitely.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Villegas. All right. Thank you, David. You're all good.
Great. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks. Dr. Campos, amazing as it seems, have we cleared the deck?
We have finally cleared the deck, yes.
Oh my God.
And before 3, so...
For the pitch.
Yeah, this one goes down in the books.
Yes.
All right, well, let's go. Mr. Jordan, you got anything?
No, I'm good. Long meeting.
Yeah. I'll do my part next time for Streets LA for any report back on vending.
Okay.
Got it. All right, colleagues, go Dodgers. Have great afternoons. This meeting is officially adjourned.
All right.
That's right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good Friday.
Bye-bye.